latency set to very low, I will be able to see your screen at the same time as my screen at the same time. So in theory, everything should be synced, even if what you see is a little bit delayed, just for answering my questions. In theory. We'll see how it goes. So you should be able to pull it up on your phone then now, right?
Okay, is your YouTube channel the same?
Yeah. I can send you a link if you need, but it should be fairly straightforward. And this way too, because I'm running through my PC, you also get to see my spreadsheeting, which will probably, unfortunately, be a factor.
I'm dumb. I don't know how to spell.
That isn't a thing unique to you. I get pinged as Bronze Beak a lot. A lot. Way more frequently than Bronze Break, in any case.
My brother-in-law is Cannabiscuit, and everyone calls him Cinnabiscuit, myself included.
Phenomenal. There's one of my friends from Siege. They have a friend called, in all caps, Upscale Waffle, but it looks like UPS Kale Waffle. So I think there's a term for it when a thing can be read both ways, like PetSmart or PetSmart, but I've never even looked into it. I guess I can do that now. You're still trying to find it?
Nope. I'm staring at your empty garage parking lot with my
Phenomenal.
truck next to it.
Yeah, there we go. See, it works. I mean, this is stupid. I have 4 fucking programs open to make this work, but it works. So, yeah, what are you... Okay, first off, we're just going to make this really easy. Can you do me a favor? Can you go to storage? And then in the top right for the search by type, can you change that to by price? And we're going to see if you just have any like stupidly expensive stuff sitting around. So it looks like the answer is probably not really, unless you were wanting to get rid of the remedies right now. But like I said, a bunch of other stuff kind of just like went stupidly high. So like the light bar is probably only worth like 500. But I guess if you search by sell price, you'll also get different values. And that should include ones where, yeah, people are putting stupid offers up. So like you could try selling it for that much. I don't think you're going to get $5 grand off of the number one, but who knows, I guess.
Really? $5 grand for that?
Well, it's a old exclusive item to my knowledge. I don't think you can get it like anytime recently. So if you press Y on it for parameters and then go to trade and then go to 2-week history, yeah. So I'm actually shocked that it even has a price history, because a lot of items like that, which are basically like extinct for all intents and purposes, will just have like a 0 price history. So it'll say 0 because there haven't been any sold, and so people will just price it at whatever they think they can get for it. But the thing is too, because there's a market bot that intercepts like sus transactions, I don't even know if that works. So you could try, but like if your buddy came along and tried buying it off of you for $5 grand, then I'm pretty sure the market bot would say, huh, that's interesting, and then it would sell it to them for $5 grand, but it wouldn't sell yours. So you wouldn't get the money, it would just be zapped out of existence. So if you don't care about spending that much on a unique item, then whatever. But yeah, I don't actually know if it's feasible for making any sort of money. So in any case, for anything overpriced for stuff, like I said, epics are about 1,000. So in theory, like you could try and sell the Thundercloud decor, which is only about 150 for it. You could try selling the new Dawn or the lamps or the light bar or whatever, but it's very much based off how much people want to pay for it. So that's why I was saying looking at the buy price is generally a better indicator. Because, for instance, yeah, that item has a ridiculously high spread on it.
600.
Yeah. So, I mean, the fact that people are even paying over like 200 for it is crazy to me.
200, 200, 200. So they're trying to spike it again.
Yeah.
Oh.
So.
Oh yeah, and this only.
For instance, here's the. So back to the spreadsheeting thing I mentioned. So this is going to be the resources calculation based off of the current values for the resources. I didn't update these last 6, but whatever, they're not super important. So for the current cost of scrap, copper wires, plastic electronics, batteries, etc. So this is where I was getting at, where I was talking about the value efficiency with the badge exchange. So you can see batteries is crazy high right now, just because batteries is very expensive and it doesn't cost a whole lot of badges compared to other things.
I can't zoom in to read it.
Okay, I can do that for you. I don't know how much you need, but...
Well, like when I zoom in, it gets blurry. Because it's all like super tiny.
Well, I just zoomed in on my end. So let me know if that's enough. Again, the joys of a PC, I guess, but...
I'm still struggling to read it. I'm pretty damn blind.
Okay.
But
well, in any case, I mean, you could probably... Like, do you have a PC?
yeah. She's a real old dinosaur, but I can...
You could possibly scrub through it later if you really needed the values. But basically I was just saying, like I was just showing like I set up the calculations for determining this stuff. So that's where I got these values from. So if I scroll over to the calculations, like the cost of a legendary item, like I said, is about 7,000. The cost of an epic is about 1,000. And then likewise, you can look at the salvage costs of decor, especially because you can salvage those for resources. So for instance, an epic decor item is worth about 150 right now, whereas a legendary is worth about 700. So, and we don't have any relic decor, so that's a non-factor. But that basically means that anybody trying to buy or sell like an epic lamp for like 500 is kind of weird to me. Especially because it's not like that thing, like yes, it's a pack exclusive, but it's not like it doesn't ever show up again. So, I don't know, peeps be weird. In any case, everything in this fucking game goes back to do the math if you want to be efficient about it, which of course is a pain in the ass if you don't want to set up literally hundreds of hours of spreadsheeting like, you know, I did. But in any case, as far as the long orange lamp goes, you could make some money off of it, but kind of depends on how desperate you are and how long you want to wait for an offer to go through and how much you want to deal with other people undercutting you. Like you could probably throw it up for like 400 or 500 and maybe get a sale, but like I said, I'd be kind of surprised if anybody got more than like 200 or 300 for it.
Yeah, because 200
Yeah.
all the way over, so...
Well, and mine too, it's possible that that means that there was a bunch of transactions at that, but it's also possible it means that there was just the one transaction and nobody sold any since, so it hasn't updated the price. Which is also why in the other areas, like you can see the gray, that is showing the range of prices that it was in that time period. So because there's no range in the current one, it's not super clear. So you can even go to the week or 24 hours and you'll see that it's, yeah, so yeah, that's a good example. So see, there were at least 2 sold at like a $1 price difference, but it's not to say that there was multiple or not sold for 200 earlier in the week, because it could have just been that one transaction until today.
I see.
But in any case, so if you want to go back to buy type, at least you kind of know where your things are, I guess. And then if you actually want to humor me and go to resources, which is the category to the left of all, which you currently have selected. I'm just curious if you have any crates. No, okay. But you do still have a bunch of casings and coupons, so you can make some money off of those. For all that.
Well, I was considering if it would be better to try to sell the coupons, or to turn them into crates and sell the crates.
Well, the reason why the coupons are going up right now is because they're used in crafting some things in the event. So the legendary containers are probably not a huge moneymaker. It's something else is raising the price of the coupons, and thus people are raising the price of the crate rather than the crate being worth more now, if that makes sense. So I suspect once the coupons stop having a use, the crate price and coupon price will go back down. But again, there will be diminished stock, so it's probably going to decrease, slowly. So, I mean, I guess I could even check what it's for. I know it's for doing something in this event. I'm pretty sure it's stickers. Yeah, the Help of the Spirits crate. So it needs 650 from that. And if you're buying coupons at 30 per 100, then you're already spending 180 there. And then the engraved casings, which are the more expensive one. So if you scroll down.
Oh.
Lamau. Well, I meant in the list, or you could look at mine, but like you said, it's kind of small on your screen, so it's kind of hard to see, I imagine. But the Help of the Spirits crate is after all of the fusion lists in the Halloween event, and that has the coupons and the casings and the pumpkin treats. So yeah, that purple crate you just scrolled by. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, so that's what it's used for. But the thing is, if you press Y on the crate and then look at parameters, the stuff that you get from the crate, and to be fair, you can choose, but most of those items are significantly less expensive than 600 engraved casings are going to be. So with casings being about, let's just ballpark 100 for 100 right now, you'd be spending 600 there, another 80 for the copper, another 180 for the coupons, and then you need to get 1200 of the pumpkin coins, and those are like, you maybe get 10 a match. So it's a significant grind, especially if you want to get something from there that's like the leg or the Omni, which you only get one of and is thus only worth like 400. So you should be able to hit parameters on those items, and it should show you the prices for them. Yeah, so see, like the leg is only 500, so why would you spend 650 just on casings to make the crate, right? And the Omni is about 500. The Aurora, the Hot Red, the Grenadier, the Cricket, all of those are cheap. So at best, you'd be looking at like the Whirlwind or the Thunderbolt for 1,000-ish, and it would be a fairly significant grind instead of just like, selling those resources for 1,000. So that's why I don't think that it would be like a great use of the coupons, but like, I mean, you could always just sell the coupons as is. And of course there's the whole FOMO thing of like, there's so many things you can craft with it. At least like a few of the paints tend to be fairly cheap because they're not very expensive, so like those aren't too bad to pick up. But
what?
Oh, they were like, no, the paints for the event.
Oh.
So if you go back to the list again. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that it doesn't have a workbench you can just select, but... And you can also click on the slider bar, and it will snap it down a little bit faster, but... Yeah, so there's all those decor things. So for instance, spurs, you can't trade those. So if you wanted the hubcaps at all, you'd have to make them yourself. The ritual smoke is a flare, but it's a temporary one, and it's not tradable. But then all of those ones are craftable, but they're also tradable. So for instance, the... like the pumpaloons are like 500 each, which like I said is about average for, or plus. So that's about average for like a legendary decor item. But if you scroll down, you can probably pick up some of the horns or like the paints for a bit cheaper than it would be worth for the resources to craft them if you did have an interest in them.
I'm sure I bought this one.
Yeah, so for the resources for that, it looks like you'd be spending about what is that? So 100 in plastic, 50 in wires, 50 in copper, and then 50 in scrap. So it's not like it'd be prohibitively expensive to craft it, but if you can buy it for cheaper, all the better, right?
Yeah.
So likewise, like those paints, like the leaf fall is probably fairly cheap compared to how much it would cost to craft at 300. I guess not. Shows what I know.
420. Is that just because there's not demand for it?
It could be. So if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll actually see the mummy paint is a good example. So that one, people are selling for like dirt cheap compared to the craft cost for it. Just because we've had it from other sources before. So like, why spend 300 in resources crafting it if you can just buy it for, 100, right? Yeah, good luck crafting fused relics.
A fused relic? Jeez.
Yeah. Well, we weren't streaming this earlier, so it's not like anybody watching this now is going to get the bulk of the conversation about me talking about how like horrible the monetization is. But if you scroll back down to the Helicon, to the rocket launcher, and then if you select the prerequisite for it, which is the actual Helicon, the unupgraded one, and then if you select acquire, you'll see that that has its own recipe, and that is a temporary recipe. So you remember how I was talking about how we went from permanent blueprints to work pieces to temporary to like event only ones?
Yeah.
That's them doing it with a relic. So this is the, I think, 4th time they've changed the crafting recipe for it. So the resources have always been the same, but they're swapping out the legendary items, and they're tossing in different other legendaries. So part of the reason why the Athena was so expensive was because a month ago you needed the Athena to craft the Helicon. And now it's the Omamori, so the price on that, which dropped down to like 2,000 for a period of time, is now back up to 15,000. On top of it being like a must-have on like every high power score build. So, and then this is actually the workbench for the engineers. So if you scroll down, you can see the price on like the piercer as well. So like the piercer isn't like crazy expensive to craft normally, but because engraved casings are worth so much now, you can see that thing fucking tripled in price.
And you need that to craft the other stuff.
Yeah. So
17.
Yeah, the fidget went up a little bit, but not as much. But if you go to the Sky Raiders bench, or the rewards, and then crafting, and then you're gonna have to scroll down for it if you're not a high enough level already. Yeah, so if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see the petrol requires the piercers. Or sorry, the piercers. And then if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see the hummingbird requires the piercers as well. So both of the epic rotors require it. And then the Starfall, which is the new big thing from this battle pass. Yeah, that gun, that requires the fidgets. And it also requires the piercers anyway, because the fidgets require the piercers, and the hummingbirds also require the piercers. So it's gross. So that's also why the Starfall is like 14,000. Actually, it's gone down in price. So this thing is actually well below crafting cost right now if you were to buy it at 7,000.
Jeez.
Because you'd be looking at about 7,000 just to craft it without the resource cost consideration, which normally add another $2,000 onto it. But yeah, so some pretty aggressive monetization as was pre-indicated. So as far as the actual point of this, I guess, which was to have you make a build, was there anything specific you were wanting to build it with? Like you were saying, evidently the imp, right? But you don't really have a set of imps either.
I have 2 of the imps, and then
Okay.
I was working towards making, thinking about making this. Working towards that. I have one of these, and then I have a specter that I was thinking about putting up.
Okay. Yeah, generally the recommendation is, I mean, it's the same as it was before, is not to mix weaponry because the perks function differently. So especially if you actually go and back to your garage and hover over the imps in the, sorry, you'll have to open the information panel or just, yeah, do that. So you'll note that it actually increases the damage of all the rapid fire machine guns. So that means that should buff a fidget or piercer on the build. So if you were wanting to mix, I'd suggest using those instead of an equalizer. Because especially, I mean, I'm sure as you've already noticed, they have a significantly different overheat times. And the point of the equalizer is to have as long of an overheat period as possible so that you get the increased damage bonus, whereas these ones have a very short overheat time, so you want to decrease the cooling time so that you have a higher uptime of the damage. Because if you have an equalizer build, and if you like poke around on the exhibition, or like I even have one, although again I don't know if it'll be super viewable on your phone for parts, but I have this, and this is a equalizer build, and it has an aurora, and then it has 2 seals, because it would prefer to take longer to overheat than it would to have a shorter cooldown cycle, whereas those ones specifically want a shorter cooldown cycle, if that makes sense. You'd have to turn off trending in the upper right. And then you'd have to open, yeah. And then if you open that again, then you'll have to retype it.
Thanks for highlighting it.
Yeah. Mine too. The build I'm showing currently isn't one that's on exhibition, but
it's.
I don't think I have
What's
an
that?
equalizer build up. And mind, a lot of
What's
these
it called?
dark builds. The one I'm talking about, the build I have, it's not on the exhibition. It's just in my blue
We're just.
slot.
You have a lot on here.
Yeah, well, like I said, a bunch of them are art builds, so I just kind of toss them there. Like, and you'll notice most of them don't even have tags because I threw them up before the tagging system existed, and then I haven't re-uploaded them because I don't have some of the parts anymore. So, for instance, actually, here's one I'm pretty upset about. If you select Tarantula, if you click on that.
Yeah, I just noticed it has a no symbol next to it.
Yeah, because look at the mass. And you want to know why? It's because the step spider is a completely different cabin now than it was before. So if you hover over the bottom left where it says not enough parts, that's the parts list. And then it should, I don't know why it's not showing up. Try moving the cursor off of that and then back on. It should show a list. There you go.
There we
hover
go.
over the step spider. That thing, the cabin at the top middle, it is completely different than when you left last.
I don't know what it looks like, so I'm looking for it.
It's the cabin. If you go up one. Yeah, that. So it used to be a super heavy, like a pseudo heavy medium cabin that increased the speed of legs, but they've now completely changed it. So they took off like 4,000 mass limit, and they made it specific for rockets. So that's why, for instance, this build or a bunch of builds on the exhibition with the step spider are like completely unusable now because they significantly reduced its like tanking stats and also changed its perk. That is when they nerfed the mass of augers significantly. So you can see it's over by only about 500. But that's because they just recently gave them another buff. But yeah, they've changed so many things. Like, and that build is only about, I want to say about 6 months old, but they change things so frequently that like a lot of builds on exhibition, if you aren't on top of re-uploading them, just become irrelevant. So likewise, the crater defense one, if you select it, it'll show you that the hovers are actually clipping in because they halved the size of hovers. I don't know if you recall, but they used to have a fairly long arm component, and then you'd have that jet turbine. But now they got rid of the arm, so hover is only a 4x4 size, whereas beforehand it was a 4x8. So any build that had them, like, completely broke the hovers. So if you try and do the test drive with the X button, it just removes it. So I'd have to reacquire what I'm missing for that build, which is the heathers, and then I'd need to rebuild it and then throw it back up on the exhibition for it to work. Because right now, the hover placement is broke because, again, the hover had a different hitbox.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not. Even though it breaks it, it doesn't have the no symbol.
Yeah. Likewise, anything with meat grinders. So that one, the BBS Invincible, probably also just deletes the augers whenever you try and test drive it. But the only reason it has the no sign is if it's overweight.
Oh.
So that, yeah, see? So they changed the hitbox on it, so you have to re-upload anything with augers.
Interesting.
Yeah, very frustrating. But it also means it's kind of hard to point towards the exhibition and be like, hey, check this thing out, because, again, in 6 months, it literally might not be usable. So... yeah, so as far as running imps, I believe generally, do you even have any of the other rapid fire MGs? Doesn't look like it, but you do have a shit ton of engraved casing, so you could always make more, which is a luxury a lot of people don't have.
I don't even think I have enough to make. Definitely not to make the imp, but.
Yeah, well,
I have enough to make one piercer.
Yeah. Well, and to be fair, you could also just sell the casings and then buy something else, I suppose. Because the casings are, what, about 100 for 100? So if you sold all your casings, you'd have about, what, yeah, about 500-ish, and then that'd be halfway towards getting a fidget. So, like, that's an option, I suppose. If you want to clear your garage, or just like open an empty blueprint slot or something, just so that everything's in your inventory. And if you want to save that, obviously, like, save that build.
Oh, it's yeah, I have it saved.
Okay, so if you go into storage now, I can kind of see what you have for, like, totally. So if you go to cabins, we'll see. Yeah, so I believe
I have no idea how to use any of these, like, big heavy ones. So I stick with, like, the light, small, fast ones.
Yeah, well, it's going to depend on what you're going to want to do. So heavy cabins are really useful for, like, hard raids especially, where the bosses actually have a pretty decent chance at killing you. And then personally, I'm, like, a very heavy build sort of person anyway, so, like, as you could probably see from the exhibition, or, like, pretty much every single one in my fucking equip list, like, I generally max out the mass on things fairly heavily. So, I mean, in your case, if you're wanting to do an MG build, generally speaking, you want a smaller, faster cabin anyway, because you want to be able to get in close to people and just pile on the damage, and then being able to zip away when you're done, you know? So... yeah, like, you do have a couple of good options for the rapid fire MGs. Like, the Janabi is a fairly decent cabin overall if you can keep drifting to keep the damage bonus up, especially because you're, in theory, going to want to be extremely close to enemies with the imps and whatnot anyway, because they have, like, 0 range. I don't think that, like, any of your heavier cabins would do well with it, and obviously the Blight doesn't synergize with it, but you could also try the Griffin, because it not only removes the name tag from their screen, it removes you from radar, and what that effectively means is if you can get behind enemy lines and light up a dude, it's hard for a enemy to ping the threat for a teammate, because you literally don't have a name tag. So it's harder for people to get help if you manage to sneak up on them. That being said, running a legendary light cabin is the highest power score cabin in the game at 2400 power score, so that plus the 2 imps means you're probably going to be having to do, like, the 12,000 power score lobbies, and that's when you start getting, like, the lobbies at 14,000-15,000 with relics as well. So that might not necessarily work out super great depending on what your goals are. But the Janabi would work. Otherwise, in theory, the favorite could work because it's the one that pauses overheat for a period of time, so it means that you don't have to have the weapon cooldown, although it is a slower cabin. And likewise, there's the Howl, which increases damage when you're nearby an enemy for a period of time. So are either of those sounding more of interest to you, or are you wanting to stick with the Janabi for it?
I mean, I've been... let's see. I've kind of liked it because it's fun for when I'm trying to do quick get in, get out. Which one? I'm trying to find the other ones.
Which one? The ones I mentioned?
Yeah.
They're both medium cabins, so they're in the section to the right. But as a result, it also means they're slower. So the favorite is the far left on the epic tier, and then the Howl is the one right beside it. So that's the Howl, and then yeah, that's the favorite. But I said they're quite a bit slower.
80 and 80, and what is it like?
95. Yeah, so that's definitely going to be better for hitting and running. That being said, you have to be, like I said, you have to be constantly drifting in order for your perk to be working with it. So it's fairly stringent with what it can like actually do. You have to be on top of driving and shooting at the same time, which is kind of demanding. Yeah, it's kind of weird that they say the Kami's an upgrade to it, but it is another option for hit and run builds. It's one of the fastest in the game.
In 40.
But I don't disagree that the Janabi is probably the best pick for it. Just that, like I said, if you feel like you're having issues with being able to get the drifting going consistently, like you do have a couple of other options at least. So if we're assuming you're running with that, then if you want to go to your weapons, you have the 2 imps, so that only gets you at about 6 energy. I mean, I guess a good question is, would you consider selling the imps to have multiple fidgets instead, or are you trying to specifically do the imp trial or something?
I was just trying to, since I had them, I was trying to just since I had already invested in making 2, I just wanted to use them to, well, I built up.
Okay. Well, did you make them, like, from scratch, or did you buy them?
Yeah, I made them all from scratch. I grinded all the stuff for them.
So, yeah, but if you look at your total cost of all items in the bottom left, and again, it doesn't include your already upgraded items, so it's just the tradable ones. But right now, the imps are like a third of your inventory value. So you have a lot riding on them right now. It might be a lot more effective for you to sell even just one and get multiple other lower level items, because right now it's sort of the, you know, having all your eggs in one basket thing. But that's sort of something for you to decide. I can't, you know, make the decision for you. That being said, as far as making a effective build with it, obviously there's always going to be like the question of seal clubbing with it. Normally you aim for about 12 energy of weapons, so whether you have one weapon with 12 energy cost like the avalanche, or you have 2 with 6 in the case of most cannons, or you have 4 with 3, that's generally what you aim for, and then you fill up the rest with modules. And it's especially easy to note when you're doing raids, because you can kind of play around and see what mix works well for you. So for instance, with my example, when I had the 3 equalizers and an aurora, that's 13 energy, and then I also had not a spare energy, but I put 1 energy into a Doppler because I'm primarily running it in raids and it's important to know where the bots are. And like I said, it doesn't need cooling as much because it wants to keep its damage up. So there aren't really, unfortunately, a whole lot of things that synergize with the imp other than, like I said, having piercers or having the fidgets. But like normally...
I feel like they changed it because I feel like the reason I went with them is because it didn't require as much raw material as like a regular legendary. Like I swear it was only 2 battery, 200 electronics.
I don't recall that, but I wasn't looking at the recipe for crafting those 2 years ago, so it's possible they've changed it in the meantime. But it's always been, to my knowledge, for crafting most of those other things, it's always been the 750, 750, 750. But it also depends on the material costs, of course. And like I said, the big reason why the piercer and whatnot are going up is because of the cost of engraved casings going up.
Okay. But basically, I'm thinking if I sell one of my imps, I could buy an arbiter. I could run it with the equalizer. And then I could sell the Spectre. See, I was making another equalizer to have like the 2 equalizers.
Yeah. So all three.
Because that'd be.
So good.
To be 3-6. I was counting the power.
Yeah, it'd be 9. They're 3 each for the rapid fire machine guns and for the miniguns. But if you go to the market, or sorry, the tech tree again, like so if you go back to crafting, and then if you go to weapons, so all 3 of those weapons, like I said, they're parts of different lines, so they do things differently. So while it's not necessarily like you can't do anything quote unquote wrong in this game, it's only more or less effective dependent on your interests and playstyles and preferences and whatnot. But if you do go with like 1 or 2 of each of them, it means that you're not making very effective builds for any of them, and you're kind of spreading yourself fairly thin, especially with the legendaries. So like my personal suggestion would be, yes, sell a imp, but instead of investing it into an arbiter and then having 2 builds with like half as many weapons as it needs to be effective, would be getting 2 or 3 fidgets and then having 1 very effective rapid fire machine gun build. And then you could possibly look at running multiple specters as a separate build.
I see what you're saying.
Because 3 fidgets and an imp are going to be, like mine, it's going to be a higher power score, but those 4 weapons together are going to be much more effective than 2 imps and an equalizer and an arbiter, you know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, don't completely break your good build. Yeah. So to make a half-assed second build.
And likewise, I'd recommend not quick selling because of the huge discrepancy right now. Like if you were to sell, I'd suggest putting up an offer for around 5,000. You could even do the penny game with people, but I find it just takes a lot of time. And mind, you don't have to like sell it right now either. Just that, you know, food for thought. You could sell it, get a lot of like lower level things. Likewise, if you were interested in mucking around with the special tier of stuff more, like you could sell 1 imp and then have like 10 special items. So that's enough for 3 or 4 builds worth of specials, you know?
Yeah.
So it's going to kind of depend on where your priorities are. So at least you have a couple of the support weapons. So for instance, the Aurora and the Gravistar, those are both heating weapons that synergize well with other things. So the Aurora is incredibly important for the equalizer build, and the Gravistar is incredibly important for shotgun builds. And because the imp build is also a CQC build, you could probably get away with running an imp, a fidget, and a Gravistar. But of course, having 2 different machine guns and then a shotgun isn't going to synergize as well as just having 3 of the same, especially because, like I said, with the rapid fire machine guns, their overheat cycle is so fast compared to a lot of the other weapons, it's hard to line up the timing of them well. So for instance, you could toss an Aurora on your current build, just knock off, or I guess you took all the stuff off your build, but if you slapped on an Aurora and a imp together, you'd see that it's not really lining up the overheating cycles very well.
This is the one I was using before I built the yellow one, and I mean this one does okay in raids, but in PvP it sucks. At least the yellow one in PvP is good. I can win with it, so I'm like, cool, I'll take it.
So, well, if you actually undo that, you could just replace the Spectre with the Aurora, because they're the same energy cost at 4.
Not that. It's around here somewhere.
Yeah. So, and you actually even have extra energy on that build currently, too. Is it over white?
Yeah, it's white.
No, is it
overweight?
It's accelerating slow. If you click the I in the... Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if you back out of there, you can also click the eye in the bottom right of that screen, and then there's another eye, and that shows the parts list. So that lets you look at things at a glance without having to go around in the build. But of course, you have to actually remember where all these submenus are located. Likewise, if you go into the build screen, then you can open up the parts list there with right bumper. But it hides the information panel. So if you wanted to see both of those at the same time, that's why you'd have to be in the garage screen. So yeah, I mean, you definitely want to take off some of the stuff to make it underweight. So you could probably just, as like a thing for now, you probably just get rid of like a couple elements on the side. Yeah. So if you go around in the test drive and shoot with those, you'll see that the Aurora has much more range than the other ones, and then B, with you being close, it's going to be kind of hard to actually heat up the parts enough for the damage to actually like get magnified when you're driving around them in circles.
No, they're trying to. That's usually when I end up dying.
Getting stuck on stuff, yeah. Well, and to be fair too, your imps are currently blocking the angles of each other, which does make it harder for them to be more effective. Now, this is literally everybody's least favorite answer, or question answer, but have you poked around with the Caucasus, the automatic machine guns at all? I didn't see them in your inventory, but I don't know if you've played around with them. So they're the last epic one in that list.
Oh, no, they're still locked.
Yeah. Well, you can, like, that's just for crafting them. Like, you can still buy them and play around with them. But yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you go up into the search parameters for that, and then you change it to part, because right now you have it on author on the far left. And then if you type in Janabi there, and you don't have to type the entire word, just like having a double N or J.
Is it A-N?
J-A-N-N-A-B-I. But if you just type in J-A-N-N, it'll pull up, yeah. So then if you try that, so the entire part of the Caucasus is that once you lock onto a target, it will automatically aim and shoot at them while you're within range. So if you're wanting to mess around with the Janabi and drifting a bit more, you might find it a little bit easier. So if you hold RT to lock onto that target, then all you have to do is focus on driving. You don't have to focus on shooting or aiming or even looking at the build.
What?
So the
That seems kind of like cheating.
In a way, the big thing is that instead of having to drive and shoot, you're trading one off in order to do the other more effectively. So these only target the cabin, so they can't de-gun enemies very well, and they don't have very good rotation speed. So this currently actually has the oppressor engine on it to give plus 80% rotation speed. And it's also a fairly large, heavy weapon. And of course, if an enemy uses something like the Griffin cabin, which I was mentioning earlier, which hides them from the radar, you can't even lock onto them with the Caucasus. So there's quite a few trade-offs with it, and it is considered like a low-skill weapon as a result. But the reality is you can be a lot more effective with it and like the Janabi and drifting around somebody than if you're using traditional weaponry but missing half your shots because you keep getting stuck because you're trying to multitask, you know?
Yeah, I see.
So you see it also has those are the camber wheels from the Syndicate Battle Pass, so those are extremely good for drifting. So I would suggest maybe getting, like looking at using those, even if you're running the rapid fire machine guns, using those with the Janabi because it enters drifting a lot more easily. And of course, if you're not drifting, you're not getting your cabin damage bonus. And mine too. You're at the stage, like I said, unless you unless you sell both of your imps, you're not going to have enough capital to really buy and play around with a whole lot of other epics because you only have 2,000 coins currently, and you don't really have a lower tier version available of the Caucasus. So if you were wanting to kind of play around with the drifting aspect of it some more, yes, you could replace the wheels with cambers. Yes, you could replace the guns with the piercers or fidgets, but you aren't really going to be able to have autonomous weapons that allow you to kind of focus on driving. So, yes, I am still here. Thanks for your concern, Xbox. In any case, those are options for like what you can do with it. Likewise, if you go to your hardware, that'd be the third icon. So you have 2 seals, which is good. In fact, you could fuse them into one of the upgraded ones with the current event, but I wouldn't recommend that, since then again, you only have 1 seal, and it wouldn't be tradable, but it is an option. But you don't have the shiver, which is the purple cooler, and you don't have the oppressor engine, which is what would make a big difference for zooming around in CQC. So what do you have currently on your imp build then? Do you have the hot red?
I think so.
If you go into the blueprints list, you can actually just hover over it and it will tell you the parts. So you have the hardcore engine there. So there's not much reason to use the hardcore if you have the hot red, which you do, unless you're planning on crafting something else with the hot red.
I was just trying to, space-wise, trying to have a because I put my seals in here.
Okay.
I made one of them for crafting, but if I sell it instead to buy something else. Yeah, one of them I like to keep, and I plan on upgrading eventually, but one of them I just crafted last night.
Oh my god, it locked up my controller. I don't get why the app does this. Lame. Okay, well, I'm gonna destroy this side of it for oh, and it's not even. Damn it. Xbox app sucking. Sorry, one sec. I don't know why it does this, but it'll just like lock up control on the Xbox whenever it gives me a pop-up. Extremely annoying. Anyway, sorry. So the thing with the way math works, and I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been the one who's like gone and done the nitty gritty for like all the overheat and cooldown for every weapon, and then for like different cabin perks, because some will affect that, or for the shiver versus the seal and stuff like that. So I'm not gonna pretend I've done all the math for it, but I will say, based off of what I've seen for the math so far, generally speaking, you're going to want as many radiators as you want coolers, other than if the gun specifically wants something else. So, for instance, if you hover over, it's probably easier if you just go to the tech tree again and then go to hardware, and that way you can see them both side by side. And then they'll be at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, so the shiver is going to basically have your reloading time, or sorry, your cooling time, and then if you hover over your seal, it basically doubles your overheat time. So the way it works is if you double your overheat time, then, I mean, you literally have twice as much damage before you need a cooldown. And if you have your cooling time, you have the downtime for the damage. But the thing is, you kind of get diminishing returns when you stack them, because there's limits to it. So when you increase the cooling rate by, say you were silly and you had 3 of these things active, if you increase the cooling rate by 300%, it doesn't give you 0 cooling time. What it does is it makes you have a quarter of the time, but having to go from regular time to half for only 1 shiver, or from half to 1/4 for 2 shivers, there's obviously a big change there in the value and the cost, right? Likewise,
yeah.
having a second shiver doesn't double the effect of the shivers, because it doesn't give you that 1/4 time. It doesn't have the remaining half. It makes you go from your base 100 speed to your 200 speed with 1 to your 300 speed. So it has basically a 1/3 downtime. So likewise, on the other hand, with the overheating, you can have twice as long for an overheat, you can have 3 times or 4 times as long for an overheat, but you're still going to have that downtime. So unless you're killing everything before the weapon overheats, which seems unlikely, unless you're just like taking off weapons and not focusing on actually killing them, then you generally want a blend of both. So you want to go longer before overheating, and then you want to have a shorter cooldown time for most weapons that don't have a specific preference. So for instance, the Equalizer and the Arbiter, they deal more damage the longer they're firing for, so those ones people will specifically only pick radiators. So likewise, my build for it has 2 radiators and 0 coolers, because I'd rather have the double damage bonus for 2 or 3 times rather than have the double damage bonus for 2 times and then have the cooldown time. And likewise, like I said, I use it mostly in raids, so luckily that's normally enough time and damage to kill like most of the wave, so I can just have it cool down in between waves. Likewise, if you go back to weapons for the machine guns, and then you hover over the No Thung, which is the 4th legendary in the... yeah, so that one. So that one deals more damage after it overheats. So as a result, for that one, most people do not want a radiator, they only want coolers, so that they can overheat faster and get the damage bonus faster, but have a shorter downtime. So if you double the amount of time to overheat on that, you're doubling the amount of time it takes before it overheats, and thus gets that damage bonus, you know?
That makes...
yeah.
That makes sense.
But for most weapons, you want a blend. You want a radiator and a cooler. So the miniguns, other than obviously the Gungnir and the Reaper, but the Equalizer and the Arbiter, they want more radiators. The No Thung, it wants more coolers. And likewise, other ones like the Gravistar, the laser shotgun which you have, which heats up parts after it overheats, that also prefers coolers because you want to continue heating parts more frequently, right? So there are trade-offs to it, but generally speaking, a blend of them is going to perform better. So you don't, like I said, you don't have the parts, but you can poke around on the exhibition and you can try a build that has a seal and a shiver, and then one that just has 2 seals or something, and you can sort of see the difference in how they play.
I figured they both have different, in general. Like, I'm still trying to find the balance. I think I threw them on to fill the power slots, because originally I had 4, and I was like, well, it doesn't make sense if I have 4 power to not do the stuff.
Yeah.
There's my cool CK kit that I got for free.
Yeah, I prefer the vacuum one, the one that like makes it look, well, I mean, it's a vacuum one, but I haven't redeemed any of the CK boxes. We've gotten a few over the years, less so more recently because of obvious reasons, but I think you can still see it in the shop actually. One sec. No, I guess it's not up right now. In any case, the CKs rotate in and out, but there's one that makes it look like a vacuum, so it has like a swirly grate around the barrel, and then the ammo box looks like a dust vacuum. So, but I mean, the CKs are very much personal preference. Some weapons look better just with their default skin in my eyes than with the CK. So, yeah.
Making hurt.
The suggestion for the radiator versus cooler thing is going to basically be consistent for, like I said, most of the MGs. So if you did want to go with the Arbiter or Equalizer route, then both of those are, like I said, going to prefer having multiple seals like you do now and not worrying about a cooler. But if you did want to stick with the Spectre, especially like the tap fire line with the aspect, or if you want to do the rapid fire machine gun, generally they prefer the balance. So yeah, well, so if you do go to the exhibition, I think you already had a couple of those parts selected. Yeah, so if you put in the, if you X out the Caucasus label, and then you can type in the seal and add that. And then you'll have to check each of them and see if they have the ones or not. So that's, well, that doesn't even have imp. So if you back out and then type in the imp as well. And then find ones that aren't X'd out because they're overmass, I guess. Yeah, so that's what? Oh, that has a Grenadier too. That's weird. If you scroll down so you can see what the modules are for it. Okay, good. That's a good example. So that has one seal. So if you test drive that and then shoot, it probably has, yeah, so it has a decent time to overheating because of the seal.
Like 8,000 and then 2 down.
Yeah. Rude. But if you check, so if you press RT, it'll just flip to the next one. And then you can check the parts list again and see if it has, okay, so that doesn't have a cooler still. But you can check each of the ones, yeah. So that one has the cloak, but it doesn't have a shiver. So I guess if you just back out and then type in the shiver in the list as well. Then you can check. And like I said, I haven't made a build like this before, so I could be wrong. It's possible people just like throw on a bunch of radiators and then just deal a lot, like get in close, deal a lot of damage. That's a Leviathan, so it's probably not going to help you. Rather than worrying about the overheat cycle. But like I said, my intuition is that having a blend will serve you better. So that has 2 of each.
2 shivers.
Okay. And 2 seals. So if you try playing with that, that should have a really long firing cycle and then a really short downtime. Yeah. So that's going to be with the blend of both of them, obviously having 2 of each. But you'll have to decide whether you feel like that blend is good, or like you said, the uptime to downtime of 8 to 2 without it is actually pretty good. So you could maybe get away with just having the multiple seals. And mind too, you don't have to use the seal or the shiver, because I mean, again, they're fairly pricey, they're epic, so you could always just fuck around with the blue version, the Tamir and the Chill. So do you have the blue ones?
I have the Chill. I think I have a Tamir as well.
Yeah, you have a Tamir there in the list. That works. So you have a Tamir and a Chill. Yeah, so you have one of each. So those ones at least you can balance if you run the blue ones. So you can play around with running the Chill, running the Seal, running the Chill, and the Tamir, running just the Tamir, and sort of see which you prefer. Or I don't know if you've already done that, and that's why you decided to go with multiple radiators.
I just assumed that this would stack with this.
Well, they do different things. So the Tamir is the cooler, and the Chill is the radiator. So you had the Seal and the Breeze on your build, and those are both preventing overheating. But the Tamir reduces your cooldown time.
Did I not have that one on here too?
You have the Tamir and a Seal and a Breeze.
Let's see.
And the Chill.
Because I thought I had the Chill. But
you threw on so many things there. Yeah. If you just back out of that and then undo the weapon removal, you can just check the parts list on the right again. So if you press right bumper. Yeah, so you have 2 Seals and a Chill and a Tamir on that, and a Breeze. So that thing probably takes a while to overheat, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
About 15 seconds with 2 down.
Yeah. Mine too, you can fight those cars, the garage buddies, if you blow them up, or if you get close to them without damaging them, they'll give you rewards. And a new one spawns every 8 hours. So I don't know if you've just been playing Crossout this entire time without dealing with them, but I mean, it's not like they give you anything crazy expensive or exciting, but it's a few resources every now and then.
I think the most valuable thing I got was a free purple move on one.
Yeah. So another thing that might be fairly apparent from how you've had your weapons positioned and how you have to keep like turning to actually aim at them is, generally speaking, the recommendation when you have a lot of weapons like that and you're trying to drift around the enemy is, instead of running them in like a triangle or forward, backward, like side by side setup like that, is running them in what's called a plank. So that would be having them all in a row, in a line, and having them at different elevations. So for instance, if you go to my blueprints, actually, or you can actually probably go to the exhibition, I'm sure there's plenty. So if you take off the shiver, so we get most of the builds, and then, yeah, so the third one on that list, that one is looking like it's a plank if you select it. So it's not the best example. It has way too many wheels, and the guns are kind of like over armored. But when you have them all in a row like that, if you test drive that, it does let you shoot normally. Like I said, it's not perfect, but this is a decent-ish enough example where you can circle something and continue shooting them without blocking the line of fire like you were doing by having them side by side.
I was trying to keep them all mounted on the cabin because they get blown up pretty easy.
Yeah, well, and there's definitely the risk with this because they're also all in a line, so if somebody shoots you with a really good volley... Oh, you found your own on there.
Oh, hey, two people liked it. Cool.
Yeah, so even that's a good example of a plank format, but I just know that people have said they've generally found better success with having it that way. I think like the Janabi is not a very popular cabin to begin with, so you're not going to see a whole lot of the builds with it, but like I think the concept of Janabi with the imps or the piercer or the fidget, whatever, in a plank format and then circling the enemy should be it's a pretty solid idea. Like I said, the biggest disadvantage of it is having to continue strafing, well, not strafing, but drifting around them, you know, because again, if you're not drifting, you're not getting that damage bonus.
Right. My gosh.
Yeah, so it's obviously just a CQC one rather than drifting. And it's another one where you have mixed weaponry, which, like I said, generally isn't ideal. And then I'm assuming you do have camber wheels, right?
Yeah.
Do you just have the 2 of each from the
event?
Okay. Yeah, have you had issues with drifting with the racing wheels, or not really?
No, I've had better luck drifting with the racing wheels than the Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, the Bigfoot aren't really for drifting, to be fair. But have you tried the camber on this build?
I have not. I switched them out for the buggy wheels, and I liked them there.
Yeah. On the left-hand side, if you just go by category, I find it easier than going through the enormous fucking parts list, especially because those structural parts, there's literally hundreds of them just by themselves. Yeah, so you have
I noticed
each of the camber.
I noticed APC wheel. I was like, have they always been that cheap?
Pretty much, yeah. The non-steering are not, but the steering are. But they also used to be, they probably still are, but I haven't been at a low enough power score to check. They've been generally fairly popular as seal clubbing wheels because they're very heavy, but they're incredibly durable, and they're the lowest power score special wheel, I believe. So it looks like you're going to be over mass again for that, but when you press the wheels button so that they go into the cambered mode, then that should make drifting a bit easier. That being said, it looks like you might have something dragging underneath your build.
Fuel tank something.
Yeah.
Ampere.
Yeah, so
I think.
Even right now, you're having a difficulty keeping the strafing active, or sorry, the drifting active, And to be fair to you, you are doing a little bit too sharp, because ideally you basically want to do a donut all the way around them, whereas you tend to be turning in a bit too much, if that makes sense. So if you gain some speed and then try doing a more shallow drift around something, it should last for longer. Yeah, so you see you're just on the edge there with that first one, and then with the second one you pivoted in and it ended the drift early. But it's also going to be difficult too, of course, with the weapon and the position you have, especially if you want to get them all firing at once. And then of course you have to be very map aware with it. Here's an idea, actually. Do you want to invite me into a custom match? So if you go to Game Center in the top bar, and then Mission versus Survivors on the right hand side, and then under Settings in the bottom left, under Blueprints, you can set it to Shared Blueprint, and that means that everybody runs the build that you're currently running. So if you press, or if you hold X to save that, and then you invite me, assuming I can't directly join you. Yeah, you'll have to invite me. You'll want to invite me to Team 2, but okay, well I'm already in, so if you close that, and then if you swap me over to the other team. Yeah, and then you can press play to start. Okay, well I don't have a vehicle selected, which is kind of funny because it's going to just give me the custom one anyway, but you're good to play now. Honestly, these custom battles kind of suck just because they take so long to load in, because you have that 20-second countdown regardless of how long it takes for somebody to load. Because so right now I'm in. We don't need the remaining 14 seconds, you know?
Yeah.
Ew, it's showing me as talking in game. One sec. Mute. There we go. Okay, so if you want to just meet over there, I'll be right there. Obviously, I gotta drive over. Yeah, and it's still overweight, so you can't get much higher than 87, 90 kph, but you should be able to hit the speed cap with this thing with the right engine. So, where are you? On the back side.
Over by 8.
Okay. Yeah, just need to make sure I don't actually ram into you. Okay, so I'm behind you. So if you sit still, for instance, this is honestly probably another example where it's better at higher speeds. So for instance, if you can get into a more shallow drift, which I'm going to try and do here. You know what? Your build just might not have the speed to do the shallow. Yeah. So you can't actually even maintain the drift right now. So if we go back to garage. And then if you edit your build and then get rid of, I don't know, like the fender or something. Anything, the heavier it is, the better.
I don't even know what's heavier on it.
The more dense the structural parts are, so Steppenwolf parts, bumpers, scavenger parts, those are going to weigh more than the decor.
Oh.
But yeah, the digger hull is a good example. So if you look away from the build now so you can see the stats. Yeah, so you went from 87 to 104 kph. And then we can actually do better. So if you go to the front of your build and get rid of the hardcore engine behind there.
The engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Forgot where I tucked it.
And then if you open your storage and then go to your engines, and then like I said, ideally you'd have the oppressor engine, I think. But you you don't have one, so that it's kind of a moot point. But even just using the hot red engine, which gives you more max mass, more speed, and more power, that should make a fairly big difference. Yeah, so if you select that, and then you can just slap it on the back. Doesn't really matter how good the build is right now, we're just showcasing the changes. Yeah, good enough. So go back to your test drive. You don't need to do the custom battle, but if you just back out of there, then test drive, see if that's any easier for getting the strafe going, the drift going, especially with the wheels down, of course.
I forgot to lower them.
Yeah. Yeah, so that looks like it's drifting a lot easier. And then if you want to go back to your garage, and then just for the sakes of the example, if you want to move one of those imps into the center and replace the equalizer with the other one. And to be fair too, that front part is still part of the cabin. So right now both of those are actually mounted directly to the cabin. So that's the nice thing about the Janabi.
Yeah, that's why I had them kind of at least on the part on it.
Yeah. So if you try with the lowered wheels like that while circling somebody, and if you try and do a more shallow drift around it, yeah, see, so you're maintaining that. You should be able to do pretty much donuts around them. But like I said, you're going to have to sort of find the, like, you know, the line to ride for that.
Oh, I see. Like, just...
Yeah. Because what you're doing is you were nosing in all the way, and then it was causing you to stop drifting because then you're driving straight, right? But if you can keep doing donuts around them, especially with the plank, so that your weapons don't lose the firing angles, then you can keep the damage upkeep a lot better, and it's also harder for them to hit you, because as soon as you stop... Yeah, exactly, just like that. I mean, ideally you'd be aiming at one point in the center, and like I said, that's what the Caucasus is nice for, is because it lets you focus on this part without actually worrying about dealing damage, because the gun will just do it for you, right? So actually, I guess I can build my super shitty Janabi build real quick. I'll show you.
Why do I have that?
What? Oh, the symbol? It's because you have a Xbox Live membership, so it decreases the crafting cost by 1/4. So if you go to the
No, this. I have a persecutor.
Oh, that I can't.
And I was like, where did that come from? I don't remember crafting that for something.
Surprise, I guess.
That babe. Oh. Wow. So.
Okay, so if you... Sorry, are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go into the custom battle and you turn off the shared blueprint, and then if you start... So I literally have 0 armor on this build, so please do not shoot me because it will basically kill me instantly. But I'll show you what I was talking about for the Caucasus Janab. And mind, this is a terrible build too because this is literally just me throwing it together for the demonstration purposes. So I'm not going to pretend this is a perfect example either. But I figured it would be easier this way than trying to find like an ideal build on the exhibition to show you. So again, if you just vibe over by your point and I'll drive over. And then you can also maybe watch on your phone, although again, I guess it depends on how well the zoom is for it or not. But I have the Janabi here, and then I have the Oppressor engine, so I have it can reach 115 kph. And then I also have it, because it increases the turn speed of the weapons. So for instance, and again, you'd probably want to make this not nearly as long, so you'd probably want to shove some other stuff underneath, maybe put weapons closer together a little bit. But because this has the higher speed, it means that I can, in theory, sorry, why don't we go over here where it's a little bit more open. I'm not a pro enough to try and drift around you in like a 10 square foot area. Ouch.
Sorry.
Okay. So what you were doing is when you were drifting, like I said, you were kind of nosing in a bunch, so you were canceling the drift and then starting to have to go the other way if you want to continue drifting, right? But if you get a good angle, you should be able to maintain, yeah, so I'm drifting, there it ended, there it started again. So I'm basically able to just constantly drift around you. So I keep up that damage bonus, and then with the Caucasus, because like I said, I don't need to worry about actually keeping my aim on you, I can just focus on drifting. So this is kind of what I was getting at earlier, where you can be very annoying and hard for people to deal with while constantly drifting and hitting 100% of your shots. And then likewise, running it with the imps, like you could do the same thing with the imps, but you'd have to have the drifting pretty like down pat first, you know?
The reason I kept like whipping my tail around is because I knew about the drift and whip in, and but if I could just go in circles.
Yeah. So I'm gonna rebuild this real quick. I don't know if it's gonna be any better, but okay, if you want to launch again. So I made the build a lot shorter, so it should in theory be a lot easier to drift around because I don't have such a long ass fucking flying around. In theory, of course. course, reality is often disappointing. But then, like I said, the big thing is just having that higher speed and being able to hit that higher speed faster with more power just makes it a lot easier for you to drift. Because you need to be going fast enough sideways to enable the drift, right? Oh, yeah.
I'll try to hit the e-brake to initiate it.
I personally haven't. I don't know. The biggest issue is that that also causes you to stop accelerating, and you want to constantly be accelerating in a circle in order to keep drifting. But you probably could do it if you were a bit more skilled at driving than I am, yeah. You know what, we can actually make this a lot easier too, since I actually have a build now. If you leave the custom battle, then we can do this. I'm just gonna slap on some super shitty armor, just so that I don't get insta-destroyed by bots.
Hello? Get the one out of the chest. Or the ottoman that's lefty. There's a pick. Very right. There's actually two pillars. Yep.
Okay, and then if you ready up, we can just go into adventure. I'm not going to be able to shoot you, but we can both practice on the bots there.
I'm formulating, I think, an idea. I think if I put both of my imps and then get another equalizer, I could probably get, yeah, another equalizer and a arbiter, and then when I get bored with the arbiter, for a different one, because it's about the cost of the imp.
We're probably going to have to find an area where there isn't other dudes currently testing stuff. Or are you dying? Oh, that's alright, I totally just clipped through a tree, so apparently I'm just stuck here. Okay, well I'm also going to respawn. Oh. I literally haven't been back in adventure mode since completing the campaign. There's like nothing to do here anymore. But
Especially since you can't get shell casings now.
exactly.
That was the only reason I was grinding it.
Yeah. So if you follow me north, let's see if that dude seems pretty dead set on following us, but whatever.
Yellow.
You are following the wrong person for what it's worth.
North. And
I'm the green arrow on your map.
Babe, where's the green dot on my mini map?
Should
It's
be
not on.
well,
There it is. Right?
yeah.
Yeah, I was heading towards it.
Okay. Well, this dude just drove over here too, to be fair, so. I mean, at least they still drop wreckage, I guess. For whatever that's worth, the whole 2 scrap metal. So So, but mine too, obviously, you'd probably want to do a better job of armoring it than I did. I just tossed on a bunch of heavy pieces to get a bunch of armor. In theory, you'd want to use a lot more of the lighter pieces. But, like, this is probably a pretty decent build, like, especially for it only being 8,000 power score. This is probably pretty doable in PvP. I don't really know. We can't really do a damage race. But yeah, well,
What
even
the
with
hell?
this, I have more mass than you right now. I have more defense, more armor. But to be fair too, I also am running multiple epics you don't have right now. Just trying to see if we can't get... Oh, if we head south to that escort, that'll probably be a pretty good place to show.
I'm at 110.
I mean, it's not
Damn.
117, but yeah, I mean, even then, obviously the difference between the hot red and the hardcore is obviously pretty sizable. The big thing about the Oppressor 2 is that not only is it the most expensive engine because it doesn't come from any packs, you have to craft it, but it also costs an energy. The hot red and the hardcore do not. They're basically having us do a whole fucking like war for fire, just an adventure.
For 40 scrap and 400 XP.
Yeah. And the thing is, these have always been really tough for newbies, and like newbies are really the only ones who benefit from the rewards for this.
Oh yeah, I remember struggling so much before I finally had like a decent build.
Yeah, well, like I did the entire campaign with like a double Lupara Duster build. Like it was trash, but even when I had 8 or 10,000 power score builds, like I wasn't able to solo these missions. If it was me and a bunch of newbies, we were always losing, you know? Like especially the escort one, because you have all the waves spawn in, but they don't stop if you reach another checkpoint, so you'll just have multiple waves fighting you at once, just like with the raids.
Right.
So that's super hard. Like at least you have the infinite respawns here, but it does not scale nicely at all.
That's why the raids cost fuel, because they're easier. Gotta pay for the easy ones.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, the easy raids are a joke. Like you can very much do those with light weapons for sure.
I just meant just compared to the free roam version in general.
Yeah. these dudes are not slowing down. Like, we're basically just getting rid of one wave as the next one comes in. At least with Frontier Defense, the faster you clear, the faster they spawn, the faster the overall mission goes.
Wait, isn't this the one we fail if we don't clear the mission? If we don't clear the waves? Oh god.
Like I said, I've honestly never done these successfully, so I don't know. I imagine it's probably fine, but I guess we'll find out in 44 seconds. You're making lots of friends, I see. Looks like a success,
Oh,
baby.
nice.
Absolute, like 200 reputation isn't worth it. That's literally like you'd get more from just doing a mission in half that time. Rough. Alright, well, if we head back to garage, I guess. So were you able to get the drifting a little bit more consistently in there?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, it's the sort of thing where you'd need to practice with it a bunch. Like, even I wouldn't say I'm very good at it. And, of course, it's easier to practice with the Caucasus, but you don't have the Caucasus, so you'd have to get good fast or just delay it, I guess. So the example of what I have currently is very much the same thing for what I'd recommend. Like I said, I would strongly recommend changing the armoring entirely, but what I have right now is sort of what I imagine you'd probably do the same thing for the like plank format, where you can have one at the top of the cabin, you can have one on the like block in front of the cabin, and then you can have one at frame level in front of that. And like I said, I don't have piercers or imps, and I haven't played around with it before, but I'm pretty sure that that format should still work for that. Oh, totally do have 3 piercers. Never mind. Let's find out. Well, for one, these things are way smaller, so you definitely have way more room for this. Yeah, so I wouldn't imagine it's an issue fitting a 4th one in there.
Yeah, so...
Sorry, what were you were cutting out earlier. What were you saying about the Arbiter? Or what your
I was
master
thinking
plan
of... I was thinking if I sold both of my imps, I could buy an Arbiter and another Equalizer and just kind of commit to the heavy sustained long-term fire. And since I already have 2 seals, I wouldn't have to try to flip it or the chill.
Well, I thought, like, were you not going with the rapid fire MGs because you were interested in the close, like, hit and run?
Would it not work the same? I guess I got lost on that part.
Well, so this build, which we're talking about right now at the Janabi, that's good for the rapid fire machine guns because they're very CQC and you want to stay mobile so they don't strip you. And the Caucasus. So that's why I was saying the current, like the plank format I'm talking about, works well with the Caucasus, and it works well with the fidgets or the imps or the piercers. If you wanted to go with a equalizer build, you'd probably make something different entirely, especially because they're more sustained fire damage, so you don't really want to be close to somebody. You want to kind of hit them from as far away as you can. So hovers or omni wheels are very popular with them. And then likewise, you would probably look at using the favorite cabin that I mentioned earlier, because that way you could halt their overheating and get that increased damage for even longer. So it sort of depends on what sort of play style you're wanting. If you're wanting the like close and personal and like drifting around them, then the piercers would be great for that. But if you're wanting to go with the more sustained minigun ones, you'd be generally further off and you'd be trying to like still not get hit, but you'd have less of a focus on mobility and more on like tanking.
I see.
So it's going to depend where you're wanting to go with it. Likewise, like you can run planks with machine guns, and quite a few people do, but I haven't found those to be particularly interesting personally. But like you can still marry the two concepts, but again, it's going to be a lot harder because you're going to want to keep your range, and you aren't necessarily going to be drifting if you're running the favorite cabin anyway. So I don't know if that'd make it any easier or more difficult for you. And then the Spectres are kind of like the Spectre and Aspect ones, those are even further away. Like those are longer range weapons where you're tap firing and trying to snipe off important parts of their builds. So they're all kind of like, the three are all kind of different play styles, you know?
Oh. I didn't.
So,
I just thought machine. My idea was start hitting them as I'm driving towards them, and then by the time I get close, hopefully they're like blow them up first.
yeah, well, but everybody has the same idea, right? So, and mind too, the imps line of weapons, they don't really have much range, so you'd have to get pretty close first. So I mean, like, it's fairly popular to use them with cloaks so that you can actually get up to them and then just start laying into them. And to reiterate too, like, I feel like again, going with running legendaries for something, if you're still trying to experiment and see what you're interested in, is probably not the best route, because again, you could sell one imp and get 3 fidgets and 2 equalizers. You have 3 of each of them then, and you'd be able to play around with the 2 different builds and see what sort of fits with your interests, right? Whereas when you dump, 5,000 coins into the one weapon, you're only going to have that one weapon. So, like, especially if you look at all the new hardware, like the Daze, the Interceptor, the Argus, even stuff like that, like, you're not going to be able to afford those if you're putting all your money into the weapons. So if you go to the tech tree, for instance, and then the hardware, then, I mean, a lot of those are, like, it's kind of funny to say best in slot when there's only one option, but it's the same way. Like, if you want to have fusion builds, you need to have the coupler. If you're running melee, then the Tormentor's good. The Interceptor, the Daze, those are good for CQC disruption. There's the cloaking, of course, would be important. The radar would probably be important. There's the Averter, which is good for tanking. So, like, you could buy, if you sold both of your imps, you'd be able to buy basically every purple and below hardware, And some of them are cheap enough, you should probably just pick them up anyway, to be fair. Like the Averter being 300 or the Daze being 200 are probably worth yoinking, just so that you do have the option of, like, using them if you come across them. But again, it's the sort of thing where you can just toss up an offer for 200 or whatever and see what happens, because a bunch of people are buying the packs for other items in the pack, which is why their prices are super low right now.
That's why I bought those other wheels. The buggy wheels.
Yeah. Well,
Because I wanted to try them, and I was like, oh, if they're cheap, I'll try them, and if I don't like them, once people stop buying the packs, I figured.
Yeah, exactly. So, and likewise, that module specifically, if you go to parameters and see what it does, is actually fairly popular for CQC builds as well, because it basically prevents things from fighting back at you for a few seconds. Like mine, it is kind of difficult to plan around because it's 3 energy and it has a fairly lengthy cooldown time, but for the times where you are using it, it's incredibly useful,
Oops.
So, and likewise, the module to the left of that is also probably fairly cheap still. Yeah, so that's another 150. The Argus, the Tormentor, and the Power Unit are all fairly meta, so they're fairly expensive right now. But you can buy some of those cheaper ones, because I mean, you know, what's 500 for 3 modules, right?
A good deal.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, so even, do you have the teal chameleon?
I do have one of them, yeah.
Okay, well, the price on that nosedive, so it's down to 100. So I was gonna say if you didn't have it, now would be a good time for it. But if you do have it, it kind of sucks because it's like, wow, I paid 3 times that for mine. But yeah, I'd suggest probably getting at least the teal reload booster as well, because it's, I mean, it's 100 and it's a 15% reload speed for anytime you run any reload weapons. But yeah,
Wait,
the ammo packs are going to be more expensive.
Which one was the one you were talking about?
The reload booster, that one, because that one's also cheap. Assuming, again, you know, people don't fight you for the price, which, I mean, they generally do, but like I said, that's kind of the nice thing about them selling all these like packs with overpowered things and people dropping $50 just for that item, because then all the other items in the pack end up being really cheap as a result, because everybody's just offloading them. So likewise, the Maxwell radar is only 200, or the Oculus. The Oculus is normally at its normal price, so I wouldn't worry about that. But you get the Maxwell for about 150, which is around how much like half the normal cost.
I've had them before. I've crafted a fair amount.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you already have one, you obviously don't need another one. And then all of the engines tend to be important, but in different ways. But like, I wouldn't suggest blowing the rest of your cash on them right now if you don't have a specific need for them. So the oppressor, that first one, is the one I was recommending for a Janabi drift build. But it's also the most expensive one, because like I said, you have to craft it. You can't get it from a pack.
Which, fire starters.
Yeah. Well, you already got one of the items. What do you have for generators too?
An ampere?
It'd be in the hardware tab. You're currently in weapons. Okay. Yeah, you probably
Interesting.
have currently on the build.
I apparently have a non-tradable big G, and then yeah, I have an ampere.
Okay. Yeah, and those are generally good for the faster builds. There's the P1 charge and then the higher tier ones for both light and heavy. But obviously, if you're sticking at like sub 10,000 power score, it's probably not terribly important anyway.
Wait, which one's the P1 charge? That's
Thick boy. Nah, it's the I think it's a scavengers one. You could also just look at it on the tech tree, of course, but it's the one beside
navigating menus, be hardware.
Yeah, it's right beside engines. If you scroll to the end again. Yeah, so there's the ampere there and the big G, which you already have on the left-hand side. And then there's the heavier 2 energy one, and then there's the 3 and 4s.
Alright, what's the difference between the P1 charge and because they both add 2 energy?
Yeah, they're basically a heavy line of generators and a light line of generators. So the ampere, which you currently have, and then underneath of it the gas gen, and then underneath that the Thor, they all deal a lot of damage when they explode, and they are not very durable, but they are very small and they're very light, whereas the other ones are a lot heavier. So if you look at the Apollo, for instance, it'll make the most obvious example. So that thing is over a ton by itself, but it also has more durability than a lot of structural parts do. And its blast is less than the Thor, which is like the maxed out bar.
It. Yeah, I see. And it's way less durability
Yeah. So it's more
and but way
fragile.
less weight.
Yeah, it's more fragile, but it's easier to armor.
Radar.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, and then for what it's worth, the spinning radars, so the ones in the far right of that little radar section, and then the scopes, they all cost 0 energy now, as well as the car jack and the radio. So you can always have those on builds, but there's going to be the power score and mass cost, as well as them taking up space. And then they're not always going to matter. So for instance, like the big spinny dish, yes, it costs 0 energy, but if you're running like a CQC, like the Janavi build anyway, you don't really need to see people from 400 meters away, you know, because you can just drive up to them and then shoot them.
Right.
For what it's worth, too, for the engines, the purple ones are all very, very, very important because they all have unique perks. But to be fair, if you're just wanting ones with different stats, so like you could run like how you had the hardcore and the hot red, like you could also grab the Razorback and the Dunhorse, which are the like special tier engines, because even though they cost energy and they don't have perks, they will give you more mass limit for some builds if you wanted to build some heavier things. Oh, and you have the Eagle, which is actually a really good one.
Which one?
The Golden Eagle. That one is really,
Oh.
really good for tanky builds. It's not going to help you
You
with your
mean-
current build at all, but
You mean like this?
yeah, that would be a good example. One, they increased the speed of most tank tracks. So if you actually check that build now, it should be able to hit like 65 kph. Yeah, whereas
Yeah,
beforehand,
65.
yeah. So whereas beforehand it was 55 with the Geagle. So they increased that, which was nice. But there's been quite a few changes, like I said, since you've been gone. So like pretty much fucking everything is different now, stat wise. So yeah, I guess it really it sort of depends. So what way are you like if you had to pick one sort of like really strong build for doing your PvP grinding and your harder raids, like what would you be leaning towards generally?
Usually when I'm just trying to get quick, I rush in, just shoot the shit out of.
Yeah. Well, what difficulty do you generally do for those?
Oh, I've just been doing medium raids since it's just been meh, and that way I can just get more fun out of it.
Yeah. Because there's less risk with it with the heavy than the hard raid, of course. I was gonna say too, like to be fair, you do have a Geagle, you do have a couple of Goliaths, and you do have the cohort, so you could make like a super heavy build if you wanted to. It's just that the build style and the play style for it is going to be a lot different than what you're probably used to be fair.
Yeah, when I play with the crawler, it's a crawler
Yeah.
because she's slow.
Well, but it wasn't even running the cohort, right?
Are you sure? Maybe. Yeah.
No, that's just the carapace. Yeah, so you can basically double the weight with a fucking cohort. It's ridiculous.
That's the big one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one from the Doomsday Card Battle Pass. So that thing is fucking
that thing
tanky.
is
It's also about
wide
as
ass
big as
tank.
your current build. Yeah. Well, because if you look at the
Yeah.
stats on it, like, so your current build has 9100 mass. This thing has triple that with the Geagle. So you can make some pretty big units. So that's the big worm build you saw, the one that you couldn't drive and the augers like disappeared when you tried testing it. Like that's what you can do with that cabin. But you're going to be, you know, for you to run a legendary cabin with that much mass, you're going to be up in fairly high power score again. But in raids, that doesn't matter. So
Right.
the Yokozuna there is a fairly good compromise. So that one is still a heavy cabin, but it has the ability to boost its own speed up, so you can actually hit 115 kph with it, despite it being a heavy cabin. So that one's really good for smashing through raids like the perimeter breach one. Okay, yeah, so here there's an example. Actually, if we queue up, we can run that, and I will show you.
I have to do it again. No,
Well,
okay.
it won't be the custom mode, it'll be a lobby, so you'll have to join my game. Yeah. So I will show you what great and terrible things can be done. And mine too, like this thing is still an absolute fucking unit. Like I'm double your power score, and it is 22,000 kilos. But it has some heft to it as well. Another important thing, you don't have a co-driver selected, so you should probably unready. No,
Oh, does that really keep happening?
Well, because they reworked
Bought
the
a couple of
co-drivers.
them.
Yeah. So you have to equip them and then save them. So the blueprint slots now save your co-driver, but you have to select one first. So for instance, mine is not actually showing on the list, interestingly, but I have Phobos and Axe Hammer has Falcon. But you're going to need to save that blueprint with the co-driver so that it automatically swaps every time you choose the build. So this is Thick Boy. So I'm running the like face hug rockets, so it's still like I'm still gonna get caught on a bunch of things, but I can have 3,000 durability on my build, and yet I can keep up speed with you. So you can do some.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you can do some pretty crazy things with the Yokozuna. Another thing is, not that it really matters, but another reason the Hot Red is a better engine for your current build than the Hardcore is its perk allows you to back up faster. So if you end up getting stuck on something, it's going to be easier for you to drive away from that than with the Hardcore. Because by default, you only back up at 1/4 your forward speed, but with the Hot Red, it goes up to 1/2. Obviously, it's just better if you go full forward all the time, but that's, you know, not always the reality.
Oops.
Oh, well, mine too. You still have the weapons not equipped, so you're actually missing some damage.
I have
Oops.
I have both of the imps on there.
Yeah, but you took off the equalizer, right? So you have 4 energy, not doing anything right now.
Yeah. Cause I took them off to stagger them.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you could try it with the Aurora or the Gravistar. Like I said, they don't synergize as well as they do with other weapons, but like it's still something you can try and see. Because, like I said, the alternative would be having to get more piercers or fidgets, or mixing weapons, which, like I've said a couple times, is not recommended.
What about because the Auroras you said was one that wants to fire. Because that's the one that heats up the parts.
Yeah, well, it has a longer overheat cycle and a
so that one you need a
cycle. So
cooling cycle.
well, like you can run it, but the thing is, like you're circling them a lot, so what you're shooting at is going to constantly be changing. Whereas in order to heat it up, you have to like keep shooting at the same thing over and over, and the Aurora doesn't deal a whole lot of damage by itself, so it's definitely like a support weapon through and through. So it's
that would be good for like the equalizers,
yes,
where you're trying to hit them for the most damage.
Yeah, it's incredibly meta for it because you can run the Aurora and then 3 equalizers, and then you get the perk active, so the equalizers deal double damage, and then you also get the damage increase from the parts being heated. So, in theory, you're dealing 4 times the damage that the gun deals by itself without the weapon charged up. I mean, like, I haven't done the math on it. It might be additive increase, so it might only be 3 times damage, but it's, you know, that's still 3 times damage.
Right.
Yeah, no, the Aurora is very popular for that, and I mean basically any minigun, like even the Reaper, you can run it with that, or you could run it with the Miller, which is the baby Reaper, because that one actually overheats again, and is again a sustained fire weapon. So you could run it with Cyclones. It's pretty versatile. The Gravistar is better for CQC, so you might find that better for the Imps, honestly, because it has a shorter overheat cycle as well, and also has the, you know, it's like a laser shotgun, like it has shorter range, and it also instantly heats the parts it hits, so you'd be immediately doing the 2 times damage. So that might be a little bit more usable, would be my suspicion, but you're still mixing a shotgun energy weapon with machine guns, so I think you're probably better off trying to have a teammate heat up the parts and just running 4 imps instead, you know? Or 2 imps and a fidget and a piercer or whatever blend you'd be doing. Especially because, of course, the imp's perk is that it increases the damage of the others.
I noticed it said rapid fire, but now the imp and the fidget do not say rapid fire machine.
Well, they're liars and thieves of joy. I don't know what to tell you. They
I was like, I hope it still counts.
Well, it is, but are you talking about the label for them or the sub-label? Because they separated those into 2 areas.
The sub label
Just
says machine gun.
Interesting. Well, that's probably just a visual thing. I mean, it would not shock me if they fucked it up and the perk also doesn't apply, but you'd have to test that and find out and then let them know in a bug report or something, because I don't know off the top of my head. Who's speedy now? A lot easier when you lose your engine in half your build, though.
Still hitting 95.
Yeah. Well, mine too. My speed increases are conditional, so I only hit 88, I believe, when I don't have my perk active, which is the drone that you saw, because it also speeds up nearby allies. Which they did change, because originally it increased your speed, and then you had to target a teammate, and it increased them as well. Now it just works like the cohort, where it automatically deploys teammate boosts. So it's a lot more easy to use this now. But then I also have the wheels, which increase your cabin speed when you take damage. So if I have all of those effects active, then I can hit the 115, but without, then I'm only hitting like 80 something. And mind, 80 something is still pretty good for a heavy cabin.
Yeah, it is.
But it's a burst speed increase. I can't permanently go with that. But I mean, as you saw, like, this is the most, like, well, sorry, I guess Steel Cradle is like the most rush heavy raid, but like even here, where you're basically going full force for most of it until the defense, like I wasn't like getting caught behind or anything. But if you're wanting to stick with the like CQC high damage for raids, I'd probably recommend probably sticking with the like the imp line. And like, to be fair, being like CQC isn't like the best per se for raids either, because you're fighting a lot of dudes and they're all dealing damage to you, so you're going to be pretty frail. But like you said, if you're sticking to medium raids, it's not as much of a problem, right?
Yeah.
I just realized that for some reason My game is not even my OBS isn't even capturing the game audio. But whatever, it's not like that really matters.
BRB.
Okay.
I'm gonna back out because I'm gonna go take a break outside real quick.
Okay. Do you want me to like end the stream then, or he gone?
How are you feeling? Or in about 40 minutes it'll be for medicine, okay? Alright. You know,
Hello.
Oh yeah. So I was poking around on the exhibition again, and I send you a link example. So there were quite a few planks for the Aurora Arbiter stuff on the favorite again, but these two are more what I was talking about for what like you generally actually see run, or at least that I've seen run for them. So if you go into your notification center in the top right, you can actually get those links.
Is that what that was? I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah, so in the top right, the like comment box thing. Yeah, so that's your notification history. So if you select either of those builds, it'll show it to you on the exhibition. So that's an example of like the hover build you'd see, where they kind of protect the guns, and then for that you'd want to use camera steering so that you can actually like keep the front pointed towards them so it doesn't block angles. But if you test drive that, you can see they have all the guns on the front, and then you can use the favorite to have them last longer. Now they have both imps and an Aurora and an Arbiter, so I think they were using it for the Arbiter build and then just put imps in because they didn't have enough arbiters at that point in time. But that's a fairly popular use of them since they've changed how hovers work. And if you go to the other one, that is traditionally what people were doing. So they were doing a row of them at the very top back of the build, and then so you can test drive that as well and see. And that one, it generally tends to be a bit easier where you can rotate and it doesn't block angles as easily as the other one. So that's generally what you'd see. You'd see they're running multiple seals, and they might swap out one of the arbiters for an aurora. And then you just hold down the trigger, and as long as you're moving, you're charging up the favorite. And when you pop that, it prevents heat gain for a few seconds. So it used to, probably around the time you were playing last, it used to erase the overheat of the weapon, but the problem is that if you kept moving fast enough, you could always remove the heat before it overheated, so you could have arbiters firing infinitely, so they'd always have their perk up. So now it just pauses the overheat, and as you probably saw in the description, the longer it takes to overheat, the longer it pauses it for. So again, that cabin is extremely strong with the arbiters and equalizer.
This is the favorite cabin?
Yeah. So I don't know how expensive that is, but that's probably the way you'd want to go for pretty much any of the like minigun build. Like you could also go with the Catalina because it does the increased damage, but I mean, like everybody's using the Catalina because it's broken, not because it actually works with everything. It works with everything because it's broken, you know? So yeah, and then like I said, the other option for your imps was the Howl, the cabin to the right, but like both of those are about average price for an epic, so it would be a fairly considerable investment at this point. Oh, the Howl's only 500. It's not bad, and then you wouldn't need to worry about drifting, but the like caveat is, again, it's a slower cabin.
I think I mean, I've wanted hovers, and I know eventually I'll get there, but like some other shit, you know, long term, eventually. I don't even have them unlocked yet. I know I could try to buy them and sell them, but
they're pricey, man.
I kind of like the favorite idea with that, because that's just fun.
Well, for running with the miniguns?
Yeah.
So is that the route you're leaning towards?
I'm thinking that's where I want to end up going with.
Yeah. Well, and mind, the equalizers are expensive right now because the Halloween event has a upgrade for them, but they will probably drop in price if you wait until after the event, or I mean, like the price difference is only about 250 per. So you go from paying about 1,000 per to paying about 750 per, and there's really no guarantee with that. So it's the sort of thing where you're not really missing out by buying them now or not buying them now. But like I said, if you did want to experiment with multiple builds, I'd suggest, like I said, probably selling the imps and then getting multiple sets of other things.
Oh, like a couple purples.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you sell the imp for 5,000, then you could buy 2 more of those, so you'd have a set of 3, and then you can run it with the Aurora, and then you could also buy another fidget or 2, and then have, you know, 1 imp plus.
Still have
fidgets.
the SMG build.
Yeah. Or if you sold them both, you'd be able to get all 4 of those weapons, well, 5 of the weapons, you get 3 fidgets, and then you'd still be able to buy some other parts like an engine or something. But like I said, it's the sort of the eggs in basket thing. So are you interested in getting the weapon trials done?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. Well, if you go to profile,
Up
you
here.
can check. I imagine you're probably not done it yet, but we can check. Yeah, so it would be under the missions, and then it would be the machine gun hero. So yeah, so you're not done with that yet. So if you did want to complete it with the imps without having to rebuy them later, you'd still need to do a shit ton of missions with them. That being said, you can always just again, sell 1 imp, keep 1 imp, and then run 1 imp and 2 fidgets, and you'd still make progress towards that. But it also depends. Like, I completed them all because, like I said, I wanted to use them as sort of a metric for my familiarity with each weapon type. But that is how you get most of the banner customization in the game. So if there's ones you really specifically want, then you're going to have to do the trials because you can't get them any other way. So, for instance, if you go to the trade trials, for instance.
Yeah, they're locked behind, like, forever down.
Yeah.
From here.
They're locked behind the prior tiers, but if you check out the legend ones, those rewards are... Okay, not that one. Maybe the hero one for that one. Okay, never mind. Ignore merchant, I guess. If you scroll back up, the fence ones, at least, the last two are really nice. So the hero and legend for fence, because one of them is like a... yeah, so you get some of the more intricate ones, and then the fence legend is like a like sky nebula with fire.
I like that.
Yeah. That being said, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to complete, of course, because you also have to do all the prior ones. But once you're actively doing them, it's not too bad. But you have to buy. So, for instance, for that, you still need to buy about... Oops. What, like 60 some 70 some of the rare items. So, and to be fair, you can just buy rare decor, but that's still going to be 700 coin, especially if you don't do anything else with it and you just buy it to buy it, right? So they're long-term ones again, generally.
I'm thinking if I sell one of my imps, and then I can sell this as well, and then buy a couple purples.
Yeah.
And then buy a couple of the other SMGs.
Yeah, that's probably what I'd recommend. And like, to be fair, you do have a bunch of these odds and ends weapons, so if you aren't using them for crafting, like, you can sell, like, if you're not using the single synthesis, you can sell that. You know, if you're not running the single vector, you can sell that. And each of them aren't really worth a whole lot, but when you have a dozen different ones that you're selling, right? But again, it depends if you're planning on doing crafting with it or not.
I made the vector because I thought there was something else. Oh. Yeah. I was gonna make a storm to make and sell one of these. Because I figured if I sold it for 800, 900, it offset the cost of buying the copper.
Somewhat. Well, again, it's one of the cheaper selling epics, so you'd be spending about 700 coins to sell for about 800, so your profit margin for it would be pretty thin. Because that storm is going to cost you about 250, 300 to make. The chameleon at least was cheap, because you can just buy one of those for 100 right now, but that's just because they're currently cheap, not because they're normally cheap. Generally, your big dollar earners are going to be ones that are prerequisites for more like popular items, like for the fusion events, or for things that other people can't craft. So like the whirls, you can craft those because you're here for doomsday cards, and those tend to sell pretty well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I mean,
it's on the
I probably forgot it.
Well, that's the one you got from the battle pass. But if you go to Steppenwolf's and then their purple bench, then you're not even high enough faction with them yet. But for instance, those sell pretty well because they cost less than 1,000 to make. Oh yeah, but price is down right now because they came out with the last battle pass. So yeah, you got to kind of play around and figure out where like the values of stuff are. But of course, anytime something is profitable, somebody else is going to come along, build it as well to make the profit, and then that's going to drive the price down. So it's difficult to invest in any one thing unless it's a limited time blueprint that most people don't have access to. And again, it boils down to doing a fuck ton of math that you might not want to do.
When you say they cost that to make, when you say the world costs that much to make, Are you talking about if you went and bought the 5 teals and all the resources?
Technically 3 teals for any epic because those wheels are made 2 at a time. But
Oh, that's right.
cost to make. So I was saying earlier that an epic is about 1,000, right?
Yeah.
So that's the cost of all the resources from 0 to that. So if you crafted all the whites, the blues, the cyans, and then the purple, and mind, most people don't want to do that because some of those items are going to sell cheaper on the market than they are to craft, and then you don't have to wait for the crafting time. So in theory, if you had infinite resources, let's say, or say you had 10,000 of each resource, you could argue that technically crafting damn near anything is nearly free because you aren't having to pay any extra money to make it, but there's still the opportunity cost where you could instead sell those resources, right? So for instance, if you had all the scrap, all the wires, all the copper, and all the plastic to build a whirl, you could sell all those resources for about 1,000 instead. So you'd be probably coming ahead. So likewise, you said you have the whirlwind, for instance. So the cost for crafting that right now is about 200 just for the resources for that tier. So it's a nomad purple bench item if that's what you're looking for. So the resources at the top there, the crafting requirements, that's going to be about 200 by itself. And then you have the cost of each of the other ones. So the storm would be about 250 to craft, and so would the sinus and the chameleon. But right now you can buy the chameleon for 100, you can buy the storm for maybe 200, and then you could buy the last one for, or craft it for 250. So there you're looking at 200 plus 200 plus 350. So you'd be looking at a cost of about 750, and then when you sell that for like 800, like you were saying, you'd lose 10% of that due to the tax. So you'd actually be in the red for that, for instance. So anything that is an epic item, in order to be a net profit, you either got to buy the item prerequisites for a lot cheaper than it costs to craft them, and again, most of the time you can't do that because other people have the same idea, or you have to lose money by using the resources instead of selling them, or even buying the resources. You dig?
Yeah.
So you can even go through, and like I said, the $1,000 is like a general price point for things. So for instance, the Cheetah engine lower down on that list, that one is incredibly cheap for an epic engine right now. It's down to about 300, 350. Whereas crafting that would still cost about 1,000, because pretty much any epic is going to be at about 1,000 to make. So anytime you see something that low, you can know, okay, if I want a cheetah, I'm going to just buy it for that cheap instead of crafting it. Whereas if you see something that's a lot higher, then you'll know it's generally worth building. So for instance, I don't even think there's anything on the nomad bench that sells for more than 1,000. So it's probably not a good example right now. Yeah, like the equalizer is the most expensive because, like I said, you have the fusion event going on, and you'd only be going net neutral on the cost of resources still. So a lot of the profit for things is going to come, like I said, from blueprints other people don't have. So for instance, if you look at the syndicate bench, the omnis you could sell for about 1,100 for 2. So you could go positive on those. The camber, you can sell them for like 100 to 200 each, depending on the wheel. So you could go positive on those. But most of these other ones, especially when they come from other events or battle passes or other people are also selling them for a profit, it's going to drive the prices down. So a lot of the time, honestly, your best way to make money is just selling the resources rather than trying to craft. But on the plus side, it also means that if you sell, say, enough resources to make an epic, then you might be able to buy an epic or 2 epics out of it as a result. Because the things where you actually start seeing good profit margins are going to be the ones which, like I said, are extremely limited on crafting that other people don't have access to, and that haven't come out with like other battle pass things since. So like some of the legendaries will be up to like 7,000 and are still craftable, but your margins on them are going to be pretty thin. Whereas anything that's more than that is probably going to be something that is, you know, an exclusive crafting. So for instance, Helios, those are about 7,000 right now, and it costs you about 6,500 to craft them. So you'd be going negative unless you got some of those parts for cheaper or from somewhere else. And then on the flip side, anything that is a positive for crafting, because it's a limited crafting, is stupidly expensive as a result. That's why you get things like the Omamori being 14,000, or you get the Hugin being 3,000, you know? So most of your profit isn't going to be in crafting, at least the normal crafting that everybody else has access to, because again, everybody else is going to be like scrambling with it. So your best bet for a lot of things is going to be event limited crafting.
So just yeah. So you figured out all the like assuming you can still get the case, price is gonna fit, but I only need the big gen make the piercer.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying so you did all the math to say basically 778. So you compared all of this price to this price, and that's where you know the profit is.
Yeah. So for instance, if you look at the blue items, they're basically both about 75 to craft. So you can buy them for cheap or great, but otherwise, yeah, it looks like somebody else has the exact same idea. So those blue items together are only 150 cost. Your scrap is 25, your wires is another 25, so you're looking at 200 total. And then your plastic is 50 and your copper is 10. So that's only, what? I don't even know what I just said. What was it? 150, 200. So it'd be so the cost to make a piercer is only 260 without the casings. So piercers were generally only floating around the 200, 250, 300 mark, but because they're used in this new battle pass, engraved casing prices went way up. So you're spending about 450 coins of engraved casings in order to make that piercer. So 450-ish plus the 250-ish is going to set you at about 700. So including the tax, when you sell it, you're not really making any sort of profit. So it's kind of easier to just sell those resources or use it on something else more practical, you know? And likewise, the imp is going to be...
That would be a lot then, because that'd be almost 1,000 in casing.
Yeah, exactly. And then you'd be spending another 800 in the batteries, another 1,500 on the electronics, and then you look at even just the resources for that, or the items for that. 2 fidgets is about 2,500. 2 Colossus is going to be another 1,500, so 4,000. And then 2 Bigfoots they're normally around 500 each, but they're a lot cheaper now because they came from one of the packs. So that's going to set you at about, say, 5,000, just excluding the resources. And the imps are only selling for around that. So yeah, like I said, crafting an imp would be a bad idea right now, just because the engraved casings and resources are worth so much. So likewise, they're low in price because they're not popular. If you wanted to hang on to them, they might go back up in price if they get a pretty sizable buff. But in the meantime, you're not going to be very liquid with your money. You're not going to have much opportunity to invest in other things. Whereas if you sell the imps now, you can also sell your casings, your resources, and then you can have a bunch of imps, you can have a bunch of hardware, and then you'd be able to run things like the harder raids more easily, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking I should sell my shell casings.
Yeah.
Because I don't plan on... If this isn't profitable to craft...
Then why bother?
Then... Yeah. And that's where I guess... Because I was like, oh, that's 700, I'm only missing a thing.
Yeah. But that's sort of the opportunity cost of it, right? It only costs you 100 from now to make it, but how many hundreds of dollars of other resources are you sinking into it, right?
Like
So,
all my scrap, which
yeah.
I wanted for something else.
Well, and if you go to the 2-week price for those, like, you'll see that it fucking exploded as well because of the event. But the, I meant of the engraved casings. So the 2-week history, yeah, so you can see it basically peaked at about 100, and now the price has been going down. And if you go to 1,000, I think they spiked up to almost 1,500 at one point. Yeah. So the prices of them have actually been decreasing, which, you know, for better or worse. But once people are able to start crafting the hummingbirds again, the prices are going to probably go back up because people are going to need the piercers to craft them, right?
Yeah.
And of course, there's the other trade-off, which is if you don't craft them, the items, then you're going to need to buy them if you want them. And if you don't buy them off of other players, then you're going to need to buy levels from the battle pass so that you can buy the upgraded versions from it. So, like I said, lots of aggressive monetization everywhere. I suspect in probably the next couple of weeks we'll probably get the pack sale on the pack that has the piercers, and then they'll probably drop in price, but they haven't happened yet, at least. So. Like, yeah. It's sort of a question of how badly do you need the money? How badly do you want to wait and see if the price goes up, right? But at least right now, like selling that for 500, selling your imp for 5,000, and then selling your specter for 750 or whatever, like that gives you a lot of money to play around with some lower level things. And mine too, it looks like there's a lot more sell offers than buy right now, so it's possible you kind of missed the window on selling them. You might have to price fairly aggressively in order for people to not like undercut you. But I wouldn't know, because again, I have 0 engraved casings and I haven't been in that market, so I'm not sure how bad the market for it is. But at the very least, you can always put the price up, and then if people undercut you, then whatever, they're just decreasing their own profits. And if they don't sell at a price you like, you can always just go back and cancel the offer until the price is nice again, right?
Let's see. Let's just try that for now. See how quick it sells. Wow. Yeah. So I definitely think I should see. Damn it.
Oh, also, if you go to the notification center, I sent you the, that's the equalizer build I use. So that's the, if you select it, that's the one with the 3 equalizers and the Aurora on the favorite cabin, and then with the Omni wheels. So you can test drive that and see if you like the idea better than the hovers, because at least you have some Omni wheels already. Like each hover right now is about 1,000, so they're pretty prohibitively expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is the kind of like big thing I'd see on the exhibition, and always someday like dream of building and be like, I'll get the money soon, or you know, someday I'll be able to craft it.
Well, if you press B, if you go back to the screen for it in the garage, then you can hover over the not enough parts list, and you see you're pretty fucking close. Like, you're missing the structural parts, but you can always swap it out with other things. And then, like, you already have one of the equalizers, you already have the seals. If you're not running, so that's with a 4 energy generator. So you don't have that, so you don't need to worry about the Doppler. So you are only really missing right now to make that build, you're only really missing another 2 equalizers, and then the favorite cabin, which again is pretty achievable when you don't have imps. So. And of course, too, it depends on how much you sell it for, because it looks like Yeah, so people are already selling theirs too, because earlier it was the 5,997, and now the offer's already down to 5,300. So unless you want to sell for less than 5,000, which is probably the lowest I'd suggest going for it currently, then you might be missing some margin. You'd also just post it at that one, and then it looks like one person is selling two for 5,100 or 5,200, and I find that that sometimes helps with selling them, because if you price underneath, then the other person will generally try and undercut you. But the nice thing about tying an offer per se is that whatever offer was posted first is filled first. So for instance, you can kind of queue behind them in line if you do the same offer. So if you do it at 5,200, then if somebody else comes along and also tries to sell two at the 5,200, the first person's will sell first, and then yours, and then the other two. But again, it kind of depends on people not undercutting and on people buying multiple. So it's sort of a trade-off for stuff. Personally, I prefer doing it when the price is fairly reasonable, because like it's better than risking a bidding war in my eyes, and then you also are kind of not being an asshole and like undercutting people by 1 cent, you know? But
Yeah, sorry, I'm also eating.
that's fine.
So
Well, like I say, it's just a personal preference thing. Just like I said, there's a bunch of different market strategies you can use, so it's just going to be kind of up to you to determine with which one you want to go. Because you can also just price it at 5,000 and say fuck it, but personally, it's like, well, there's only one person selling it for 5,200, so if somebody's buying more than one, then you can net an extra, 199 before tax without really having to worry. But then some people don't realize that it fulfills in that order, and they'll just get jumpy and like super undercut you even if you're just price matching them. So there's no perfect strategy, unfortunately.
we'll just go like this.
No.
Oh, I got super into Elder Scrolls Online back like in February, and I ended up hoarding up enough resources. I got like 2 or 3 of the DLC just by selling stuff. Chat.
Well,
I was like, cool.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I know Warframe is one that I point to a lot for doing monetization well in my eyes, because their real currency, their platinum, you can just trade with other people. So if you grind stuff in game, then you can use that to buy new items from the store, rather than having to spend real money. So for instance, like I've had literally hundreds of dollars worth of currency in game for Warframe, but personally I haven't spent any money in it, just because I've been selling other things in game that people want. So that's nice, because again, you can't do that with this. You can't get cross crowns off the store or anything. So if anything here costs cross crowns, you have to spend real money and buy it yourself, which is super sucks, especially with the breakpoints that they decide for the bundles you can purchase and how much it costs and the exchange and everything. If you want to go back to your weapons,
I always also wanted to try like a gremlin goblin build where you just rush and you just boom boom boom, but every time I try it, I just like get destroyed.
I found the best version of it is actually using a heavy cabin. So this is using a cabin that wasn't here when you started, but that is actually one of my best performing builds. So it has the wheels that speed up whenever you take damage, and although it's a heavy cabin, it's one of the faster ones. So between that and the fast engine, the cheetah, and if you take damage you speed up, you can hit about 90 kph with it, and then when you ram it, it gives you the damage bonus for both the Gremlin, which is when you ram something, it deals more damage for a period of time, and the Savior Cabin, which has the exact same perk, so they synergize very strongly. Yeah,
That's pretty fun.
Big big thing just being that it's aim restricted again, so you have to get up and get a good angle on something. But that's also what the cloak is for, so that you can sneak up to things.
I feel like camera steering would be good for this one too.
Well, yeah, the thing is, camera steering is good for basically every build in the game, and between that and aim assist, a lot of people feel like the game is kind of too handholdy and makes a lot of the like hit scan weapons too good as a result. Because if you're even half decent at aiming, aim assist does the other half for you. And then, like I said, you can just bury the weapons and then not have to worry about their firing angle. Yeah, so those are really nice, and normally they're really cheap. Like, I picked up a bunch for only 300 each, but unfortunately, if you go to the trade for it, you'll see that those also spiked up in price because they're part of the current Fusion event. So, yeah, so you can see they've spiked up a few times to almost 1,000. When normally they're down at like the 300 where they bottomed out at. But again, you're just going to have to kind of wait until the event is over and the market saturates again, I guess. But on the other hand, like if you go to your storage, like you can still run the Gremlins half decent. Like it's good with the favorite cabin. You can't really run it with the Janabi, but you could do the Griffin cabin so that you can like jump up on people and they wouldn't really be able to react. If you use the Aggressor cabin, that one's only like 200 to buy, and it's the super fast light cabin, and that works well with it because whenever you drive in a straight line, it increases damage. You also still have 2 incinerators, and 2 incinerators and a blight cabin are still like one of the strongest builds in the game. So like you still do have functional builds there, to be fair, which is good that you have a fallback on while you know sell your imps, because you don't have pierces, you don't have fidgets, makes it kind of hard to do stuff if you don't have any other options. But single synthesis isn't going to do you anything. You can run 2 Peerlids and a Wasp, fine. You can run 3 Gremlins and a Goblin, fine. Can't really do anything with a single Whirl or a single Cannon. You could theoretically sell the remedies and hope that they go back down in price. But again, it kind of depends on how frequently you're using those. Like you can sell them for 1,000 and then buy them back when they're down to 500, but that depends on them going back down to 500. And like I said, they're kind of overpowered right now because they have that 100% damage penetration. Or you could just fucking run the Kaiju and then not worry about any other weaponry at all. That's
every time I put that on, I just die instantly.
Well, it's a balancing act because you have to be sniping with it to be effective, and if you like put it on like a heavy build, then it tends to jack it up in the higher power scores where you just get absolutely out-sniped by things. So I can boom 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 boom. Let's see, if you go back to your cabins,
cool.
so yeah, not most of those really aren't going to help with the Kaiju, unfortunately. Like your best bet would probably be the Nova and then making like a big spider, but I don't think you have the movement parts for that, right?
No, I don't.
What do you even have for movement parts? Is it the 2 Goliaths, obviously? Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, you could run Omnis. You'd probably want to pick up another pair or 2, though, which obviously is kind of expensive at your current state. And then you could run that with the Nova, but again, that would be at like a higher power score, like 12,000 or something. So you'd need probably quite a few more parts for it. At least for something like raids, it's simple enough, but the burst damage weapons tend to lose out to the constant damage weapons just because, again, you have, 100 some enemies in a frontier defense or steel cradle. Still
Right.
very satisfying though, to be fair. Well, and likewise too, like I said, you could get an avalanche if you sell your imp. You could pick one up for like 2,500. Oh, there you go. You already made some casings. You only listed one batch though. I don't know if that was on purpose or not.
Yeah, because I wanted to see how fast it would sell.
Well, it looks like somebody's, buying a bunch of them for 80, so fuck it.
YOLO!
Yeah. Well, you just match the price for that right now. If you're wanting to match it at the 85, which you had earlier, or sell at the 80, you're going to have to reduce those, but... Because right now, since you price matched, the other dude's going to have to sell all 17 stacks of his first.
Thank you.
So, and honestly, if you're not that desperate for 10 more coins, you could probably just... Okay, never mind. Shows what I know. They immediately fucking sold.
Cool. Back up above 2K. Woo!
If you go back to the trade screen for the casings, it looks like somebody probably bought 2 of those. So there's still probably the 2 at 80. So if you don't care about the extra $10, you'd probably just drop to insta-sell them. But that's up to you. Obviously, the 85s have been working out pretty well for you.
Oh, if I go to the... Oh. Is that the quick sell price too? Like the highest buy offer? Is it the quick sell price?
If you have it, yes. So if you hover over the... Yeah, so right now it shows the 72, but for some items it won't show the quick sell price because you don't have any. So if you go to the quick sell price for the generator there, for instance, and then go to trade, so it says 73 there, and then it's 73 there because you don't have any. So it doesn't tell you how much you'd get unless you have the item. So it's kind of annoying, and you sort of have to like manually price check each one because of that. But if you go and try and quick sell, it'll tell you the profit, not what the offer is. So for instance, that, okay, and that also proves me wrong because that shouldn't be the profit, that should be the actual price. If you try hitting sell on that, for instance, and then it should tell you, so that's not including the market fee. So it's just inconsistent, unfortunately.
It's a 67.50.
Yeah, so they're offering 75, but you only get 67.50 out of it. Whereas when you were looking at the engraved casings, it was telling you 72, but that's 72 after tax. And see, now it just dropped because the 80s were filled. So if you go to trade parameters, the offer isn't going to be 67.5, it's going to be 75. Yeah. So it's inconsistent. You kind of got to check every time. But whenever you click on it like that, it'll tell you which one it is. So that's nice at least. And of course the buy price is whatever the lowest sell price is for, but that's also going to depend on whether or not the offer is fulfilled before you see it or click accept or whatever, because they don't update live either.
That seems kind of shitty.
Yeah, well, it used to be the other way. It used to always show you the price, but they changed it, and a couple of us complained about it, and they didn't change it back. So that's what we're dealing with. In any case, they have quite a few decisions that don't really seem to make sense, but to be fair, again, we're not their primary audience. Like, they're a Russian company. Their primary user base is in, Asia, Eurasia. So it's not uncommon that they make decisions, especially where like the translations seem super fucky, but it probably makes more sense there for them in the original language. So. Oh, and you already have a fucking Artie Keen. Okay, that's not too bad. So then you don't even need to worry about buying the other rate. Oh, well, you'll have one of them each too. All right. Well, shows how much attention I was paying, I guess.
Oh, I used to get loot boxes like all the time.
Yeah, they got rid of those. But they were also untradeable items, so you couldn't use them for crafting, which was annoying.
Right.
But that is how I got a couple of my early items. Like, I still have the screenshots. I got a untradeable Hot Red, an untradeable Colossus, and an untradeable Keen from them. But then I fused them anyway, so they're, you know, they're already going to be untradeable. So. But yeah, that chest was nice when it was around. Especially because I swear you could actually select where it stopped. But, you know, there's no guarantee that that's the truth. Just selection bias.
Oh, shit.
What?
Oh, what?
You said, well, shit.
Oh, because there's only 3 on sale.
Oh, for the Falcon?
Now, I was like, I'm not much of a drone person.
Yeah. Well, and you could also craft higher tier things with it. Like, you use them in non-drone things for the Nomads, too.
Maybe that's why I crafted it.
Might have been. Yeah, so it's used for the Cyan drone, and then
Oh.
it's used for the Pilgrim cabin and the Genesis at Dawn's Children. Connection failed, okay. But again, yeah, it's the sort of thing where, like I said, generally it's just cheaper to buy things than craft them. Especially when they're doing all this market fucky-wucky stuff where all the overpowered items are super high priced and then only available limited time, and then everything else is like worth nothing because people buy the packs and then offload them.
Well, that's just been sitting there forever.
What?
Oh, the Falcon drone.
Oh, with the 4 of them there? Yeah.
Well, I meant the one I've had in my inventory.
Well, and again, to be fair, you could still use them for the trials if you haven't completed them.
I have an untradeable blue one.
Yeah, are you only going to use one on a build? Because I can tell you right now, I've seen people run a blue, a teal, and a purple all together, and it does not go well. You can. Nothing's stopping you. At least you're making progress on all 3 trials at once. Just that drones are already not very effective, so like mix and matching them is pain. Plus, if you have the Yaogwei, you can just do the epic trial that way instead.
I'm pretty sure I do.
You don't have any choice for the blue or cyan, unfortunately. You have to use the Hawk and Falcon.
Where are drones?
They're at the end. They're the second last category.
Here.
Yeah.
Well,
So you can run the Annihilator or the Vulture for the epic tier, and then, or sorry, for the legendary tier. Then for epic, you can run the Yaogwei or the Owl, and then you can run the Fuse Drone or the Grenadier for the land-based ones. But for the turrets, there's only 1 turret of each tier, and then for those first 2 tiers, you have to run the land drone and the flying drone for those tiers for blue and cyan. So yeah, like I said, I did all the trials for him, Drones were like my worst experience. Even trying to be clever with their placement.
What?
Another thing worth mentioning for the build is also looking at things like the fuel barrel, because it gives you more resources if you survive with it intact, although you have to balance it with the whole, dying thing if they explode. And then looking
I'm usually pretty good at tucking them in my frame under my cab.
Yeah, that's generally the suggestion, though of course you have issues when somebody throws incinerator puddles at you. And then another it's the worst it has ever been, but another consideration is the structural parts you use, because now they all have different faction-based damage resistances, but otherwise each faction has a unique modifier and value. So I will send you my old post. So the values from this are outdated, but this should give you a idea, like a rough overview when you find, like, you don't have to watch it now, but a rough overview of the like different values and how you can sort them and stuff. So then I'll also give you the link. So that's for the spreadsheet, which again is outdated, but that can hopefully give you an idea of the values of each of them, and why I generally just run the APC parts, because they're very durable and really easy to use and make look good. But again, it goes back to how much time do you actually want to spend in a spreadsheet rather than just playing the game and building with them,
Yeah. Well, I know my biggest flaw is I suffer form over function.
Well, that's the neat part of us having like 200 different structural parts. You can do both. Mind, it's definitely difficult at times, especially when meshes don't always match the look of something, and when they don't have parts that like match specific sizes. So like there's some unique shapes that like we just don't have, where if you have like a certain L shape hole in your armor, you're either going to have to do a shitty job of filling it in, or you're going to have to like completely rebuild the area if you want to pack the armor tighter. But the nice thing at least is a lot of the parts are like, they follow the power of 2 laws fairly well, so they'll be like 4x2 or 2x1 or whatever, which means that even if you have the outer layer with like some of the more like aesthetically pleasing parts, like the Dawn's Children parts or the Excavator or the Syndicate, you can just put like layers of armor behind it to actually, give you more defense. Actually, that reminds me, they had a build with piercers that might be interesting to you. Oh, except I can't actually share it. Huh.
Oh, it said you left my game.
Pardon?
It said you left the game.
Yeah, well, my internet disconnected for a second there, so I left the group.
Mm.
Okay, if you go to the exhibition and you search up vehicle name, type in Shifu. So all you have to do actually is cut off the VER there and type in FU.
What?
Shifu, SHIFU. So just saying that shiver is already half of the correct word. Then that was a pack vehicle from a while back, but that's an example of like being able to run the rapid fire machine guns with the Howl cabin. And then again, it obviously has the Syndicate aesthetic to it.
Oh, all right. I was like, why isn't my drift?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what you want, winged asshole.
They want you to honk at them. It doesn't do anything though. In prior battle passes, you could get rewards from them, but they took that away.
Of course they did.
Mm-hmm.
Because why wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
I have to decide what I want to do while I wait for.
Yeah, well, like I said, like you have other blueprints with other weapons, right? Or were they mostly like old ones you haven't updated?
Well, there's this one, which is great for just running around, having fun.
Yeah.
And then this one's not. This part I struggle with on the cannon, and I tried putting equalizer in there. It worked out, giving me a little bit better, but still not the greatest.
I actually have a Goliath carapace build like that. One sec. So, I mean, again, it's the sort of thing where things are going to be, again, synergizing with themselves better than with random things. But there's an example of running the double elephant. And then this is an example of running an elephant with 2 tacklers. So both of those builds are kind of outdated. I haven't updated them since they increased like the track speed. But if you look at the other one, it's the same thing as what you had. It's the carapace on Goliath tracks. And then it has tacklers at the front. So it was more of a hybrid art build. Not to say it's necessarily terribly good, but it is another example of what you could do with one elephant. And at least tacklers are fairly cheap. So that one probably wouldn't be too difficult of a build for you to put together, because most of the stuff you're going to be missing is going to be structural parts and decor, which obviously you can just replace.
Wow.
But no. Any specific thing you're wanting to work on for like a build or trials or anything?
Yeah, I just had an idea. While I wait for that other stuff to sell, oops, I want to do this. I should build a fire tank before they nerf it. 'Cause that's what they inevitably do.
Well, generally speaking, they're better on faster builds. Do you not have a like flame dog build? Because if you're running the blight,
No.
then that thing can go 120 kph. Here, I think. My game is struggling, evidently. Bruh. Come on. This isn't a very difficult list to populate. There's 3 fucking people on it. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. This is, I mean, it's probably not going to help you specifically since you don't have a harvester, but you could use this build as a base and then take off the harvester and then the generator and run a lower level one of it, or you could obviously make up the energy difference with something else. But that's an example of a flame dog build where you actually, you know, utilize the full speed of the blight, because if you're using it with tracks, you're only going to be going about half as fast as you can, and then the blight cabin is light enough that it's not going to be able to carry much armor either. Like, you'd still give it a go and try and make it work, but you'd probably want to you'd probably want to not use the blight cabin, run something a little bit beefier, but then you'd lose the damage bonus, of course.
That that green flame is. I remember that being good.
Pretty popular, yeah. Well, you're missing a bunch of parts for that. I'm guessing it was mostly just armor on the sides again, huh?
Yeah, like faction parts,
Well,
fenders.
well, and I don't know what other weapons you'd want to run with it, if at all. Do you have any melee? No, not really.
Just passive.
No. Mine too. You could try running the incinerator. Because does that still have the damage penetration? No, I guess not. That makes sense. It's a fire puddle. That stuff is still really strong. Like, you have your incinerator build on the exhibition. That's probably going to be a pretty good performer for you still. But for this build, you'd probably want to either run the tempura or just run the 2 remedies as is.
Okay, wait. So then. Oops. 6 points. I forgot about that.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't run the incinerators with anything else generally. The tempura is like a nice little, like, slight bump to the damage, but realistically, like, you have 3 energy left, so you could run like a cloak and stuff anyway, so you don't really need to add more weapons to it because it should already be fairly effective. Because if you go to your hardware, you're probably going to want to run... Well, do you have a cheetah engine?
No.
Yeah, so that might be one worth considering buying, actually, especially if you're going to like flame dogs, because it synergizes with like the cloak and stuff, because it reduces their cooldown, and then it's also one of the fastest engines in game. So, or you could run the hot red and then run the days, or run a radar or something. Technically, it does also benefit from the radiator and cooler, but not very much. Reload.
What does this one do?
That's for reloading.
That's
so
for
it's
like cannons, right?
yeah, it's not going to do anything for this. Radar probably isn't going to be useful unless you run one of the wall hack ones.
And you said the days, probably?
I mean,
Yeah.
You can give it a go. It's not a terrible idea, but that is going to take
Because it
most of your
goes...
energy.
Chameleon? Would I have room for that?
You already have one on, because the
Oh.
original build you copied had it.
Yeah.
And mine too, that's probably not the setup I'd probably use, honestly. I thought his build was a different one, because you'd probably want to have the cabin in the center rather than off to one side, because that way you can have both of the remedies directly attached to it. And then you could also push the chameleon back, because right now it's fairly far to the front and could probably get shot off by accident or if you collide with somebody.
Oops. Oh.
But that's also a big part of me just preferring builds to be symmetrical.
I do too, but it drives me nuts when things aren't an even length.
Well, Well, you're probably going to have difficulties getting that engine in a good spot unless you put it directly behind the cabin and centered, because you're not going to have enough room to put on either side.
Let's see.
Yeah, you're going to have to mess around with the frames a bit. So I'd probably put that sideways in the middle and then put fuel tanks behind it. Or like ammo, like the ammo packs will increase the amount of flamethrower fuel you have, so. If you open up your movement parts list.
Wait, what? Which parts?
Movement parts. And you have something taller. You can also... Oh, you don't really.
I have 4 big feet.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be the tallest thing you have. If you slap a Bigfoot on the ground, it should raise up the camera a bit more, but it's more pronounced with legs because those aren't super tall.
I used to be pretty
what?
Oops. Pretty proficient at manipulating the camera.
Well, they did also change the controls for it, so you can change it back if you wanted. I had to remap all of the fucking buttons because they changed every single one of them.
You know, why won't you fit? Oh,
you're blocking.
Because the chameleon takes up the whole.
Yeah, which is why I was saying having it sideways. Because if you rotate it, well, rotate it the other way, then that lets you put frames on the front and in the back. And then you could also fit another, like the fuel tank right in front of that.
That's an odd number.
No.
Oh no.
No, it's 6 wide.
Oh.
You
Oh, I
have
see.
one armor pip there, yeah. You wouldn't be able to have it on the front unless you wrapped it all the way around, or sorry, on the back. But if you put it, if you remove the frame on the front, then you can fit it there, and then put the frame in front of that, is what I was saying. If you rotate that again. You'd also swap it so that the fuel tank is at the back and the chameleon is further up front, whatever sparks joy.
We just...
You keep rotating it the wrong way. There you go.
It trips me up because it doesn't rotate in the spot. Boo.
Yeah, and then you could slap an 8x4 in front and an 8x4 in the back. And again, you don't have to, you can do whatever, obviously, but that's generally the...
Oh, to be wide enough, I see.
Yeah. And then you should be able to attach wheels there, and then attach wheels at the back once you get the right angle. Yeah.
Sure,
you have
nothing's
room.
in the way.
Yeah, you have room, it's just the camera angle's working against you there. And then you can put 1x6 or 1x4 on the sides, and then attach the middle wheels. You have to be looking at the other frame so it snaps to it, yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, and then you just fit your other modules around wherever you wanted. Like I said, you'd probably have to put the days and the hot red behind the cabin. I don't think you're going to have room anywhere else. unless you shove it to one side again. But on the plus side, I think both of those are 3x4. So if you press X, oh, actually it's the wrong rotation. My bad. Your controls are different. If you flip it up and then sideways, I think you should be able to fit the. So sorry, if you rotate that again.
Which one?
Yeah, if you rotate that, like, let's see, rotate Y, so RT. And then if you put that, like that right there, then you should be able to fit the days beside it. Because I think that's also a 3x4x4, but I might be wrong. So you'd still have to flip it up, but I think it would fit a bit better than having them both flat, yeah. I don't know, you might prefer having them laying down, but at least that's an option. And mine too, the daze does become an explosive once it's triggered, so it can blow stuff up.
That's good to know.
Yeah. So then, yeah, basically be putting on armor from there, I guess. Although it looks like you only have 4 of the fenders, so you might want to swap out the middle with something else. Or I guess, what would you be running for wheels? The Bigfoot?
Yeah, probably.
So you could probably delete the one middle fender on the other side. And then fill that in with armor, and then just have the 4 fenders where they are, yeah.
I don't know where anything is using this.
Well, what are you looking for? Yeah, the armor is going to be that welding symbol. Mine too, that fender is currently 1 pip too far to the right, so you'll have to move it over in order to have it be symmetrical. Yeah, and then you can slap the Bigfoot there and then slap some armor in the gaps. But it'll depend on how much tonnage and stuff you have.
What? Where is it?
Where are they? What you looking for?
Damn it. I like these sections like that.
Yeah.
The 2x1.
Well, you'd need
2x4s with the weird shit.
Yeah, that's 6 wide though, so you'd need to use something like the Scorched, or you could go down to the crane parts or the APC parts and run some of the 3x4s or 6x2s. Or actually, sorry, if you scroll back up, the Torino bonnets would fit as well if you have those. No, it looks like you're not. Oh yeah, at the end of that row. Yeah, those are 6. So you could flip that up and then have it taper down towards the bottom or the top, whatever. Yeah.
Shouldn't I like put something like 3 armor plates instead of something like that?
I mean, it's 119 durability. Like I said, you're like with the structural part calculator that I sent you, like most parts aren't objectively better or worse than others. There's trade-offs. So if you went with a heavier part, and like you're using a lot of Steppenwolf parts already on the build, if you use more heavy parts, you might not have enough mass left to finish. Whereas the lighter parts are better durability per mass, but they're also going to be worse for the durability per power score. So it's just going to depend, really. At the very least, people shouldn't be T-boning you a whole lot, because if they did, then you didn't do a very good job of sneaking up on them.
I don't do a good job of sneaking up on them.
That's what the chameleon's for, bro.
Okay, this... Oh, actually, I should see.
Oh, you also have the armor in the middle that you haven't done yet. Up close against the cabin. On the plus side, the Blight is an 8 long cabin, so you can fit those APC roof panels really nice around it. But again, I don't know if you'll have enough mass to do it, but you could. So you could slap the truck doors or the APC roof part.
See, those are 96. Ooh, where's the bus panel? Or the
Bus panels are fire starter parts, so they're really high up.
or this one's what I meant. I meant the minivan. But that might be too tall.
No, they're 4x8, same as the other panels you're talking about.
Oh, true. How wide is that? 6 now?
What? The APC parts are basically all power of 2. So the other one you were looking at was 4x2 or 8x4. So that might block angles, but you could put the strength and slope.
Wait, which one?
One to the left. So you could put that directly on top and it wouldn't interfere with the firing angles. Sort of
Thinking I needed to put something in here.
Yeah. Well,
But then I was like, oh shit, it's 6.
No, it's only 4. Oh, well, you could just put another layer of those 8x4 panels on the side, and then you just have the 4x4 on the nose. But you can't use the minivan panels since there's only 2 of them. So you'd have to use one of the heavier ones, or you'd have to use the like 4x4s.
Wow. Shit.
Yeah, so then for 8x4s you have the options of the Steppenwolf's parts, the Scavenger parts, the Dawn's Children parts, and then obviously the minivan panels you already used, and those are in decreasing durability and decreasing mass. So, like I said, it sort of depends on what balance you're trying to go for between durability and weight. Those are 8x3s, so they're not going to fill it as well, unfortunately. Even though they're very uniquely shaped, so they're useful for a lot of art builds. So the large assembly sections up there are probably, if you're still looking for lighter parts, top right. Those are going to be probably the lightest 8x4s you have right now. And then you can just slap more 4x4s at the back there. But you'd have to use something other than the large platform since you only have one more.
Wait, you say 4x4 or 2x4?
Yeah, it's a 4x4. Your cursor's just getting blocked by the angle. Oh, unless the tires are in the way. Lamau. 2x4 it is, baby.
Jeez. Oh, definitely not that.
Quarter wall is probably the 2x4 you're looking for, unless you're looking for the lighter ones. The control module's there, or the AVIA panels up higher, or the fire starter and whatnot equivalent. You got a bunch of options for that size at least.
Is that how that works?
Is that how it works?
Like by weight?
They're by subtype. So if you hover over parts, they will list their subtype. So they'll have a faction, which is the background logo on them, and then they'll have a type within that faction, and then all the ones of the same kind are put together. So that one's not going to fit there. If you rotate the days sideways, you might be able to fit that, because it looks like it has a bit of an angle to it, but I'm not sure. I haven't built around it a whole lot.
I wasn't paying attention when I grabbed it.
No.
I meant to grab these.
Gotcha. Well, on mine, those aren't damage pass through,
what?
so they're not going to protect the part very well, because they're going to let damage through to it. I don't know if that's what you want or not, but worth mentioning. You should be able to fit a 2x2 there, though. Yeah. I think it's just the angle thing again. So, for instance, if you hover over any of those parts right now, so you see the background, it has a Lunatics icon.
Yeah.
And then underneath Fryer, it's listed as a buggy part. So all of those buggy parts are together for the Lunatics. All the frame parts above for the engineers are together. And then it goes down, and like I said, it's in increasing order of durability and increasing order of mass for the part types. So it goes engineers, lunatics, fire starters, nomads, dawn children, scavengers, etc., etc. But each group is organized alphabetically. So, for instance, all of those engineer parts in the middle there are organized by alphabetical.
Okay. Because like the Dawn Stars, or the Fire Starters, the second Lunatics, and the Lunatics is like the faction, or something like that.
Pardon?
So the order it goes in is like the Lunatics, and then we're one of the first, but then instead of nomads, scavengers, if it's the, because the fire starters is like the second. You know, you have to level up the lunatic access fires.
Yeah.
Next, I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I said they specialize in different value priorities, so naturally those ones, the advanced faction related to the basic faction, is going to be close together because it has the same priority. Okay, no, so it looks like you can fit a 4x4 there. So it must have just been the angle you had that wasn't allowing it. Lamau. Well, it shows what we know, I guess.
You know what? I think I got that giant one sticker I have from like playing race match, similar to like Rocket League. That's where I got the a CK kit for my race wheels.
Okay, nice. Yeah, obviously I was not. Oh, you know what that might be? It might be the days being problematic. Do you want to try rotating it and seeing if it changes? Like I said, I haven't used that before, so it's possible. Yeah, okay. Well, you're probably going to just have to deal with the 2x4 on the one side. It just works, TM. So another thing to consider is your frames will take quite a bit of damage on the front. So my personal preference is if you open up your parts menu, And you scroll down to bumpers, which are at the end. It goes bumpers and then passive melee weapons after all the other structural parts. So if you run that APC bumper,
Like the left and right.
yeah. So if you grab that and then if you rotate it twice, so
Dead.
the other way, yeah, just like that. That's what I like doing, is having those side by side, because those things are really high durability. Now mine, they're also really high mass, but if you saved the points otherwise, then you can do that. And then you can also run some damage parts there if you want for ramming people. So if you open up the list again, you could run the flails, which were also from the Doomsday Card Battle Pass. So you should have those if you scroll down further. They're in the damage bumper section. Yeah. So you can run those on the front. Yeah, I mean, you can run whatever you want. You could even run a train plow if you want. But because the Bigfoot wheels are high enough, if you move those back up where you had it, then you can copy that and put it upside down on the other side beside it. And then that way you're hitting them with 4 damage parts at once. So like I said, it's a lot of a lot of mass, but it does a pretty good job of fucking up the day of whatever you hit. Nice. Oh, and you're definitely going to want to put like all of those on different buttons, because having the days go at the same time as your cloak is kind of invalidating the cloak.
Oh. Oh yeah.
You might also need some ammo packs thrown somewhere. Probably have to play around and find out.
Oops, sorry. Give me the green fire. Oh god. Well. I don't know.
So the Bigfoot wheel is also specifically for buffing the blight right now. But if you get a cheetah engine, it'll also buff that and make you have shorter cooldowns for your cloaking. If you find the Bigfoot gets shot off too easily though, you might want to change to like the Shiv wheels or like the APC wheels or something like that.
It's probably is dangerous, but I feel like if I'm gonna be wait. What? I don't know. That puts a bit of a wrench.
Yeah, well, you could throw the box underneath potentially, because the Bigfoot wheels have enough height clearance. But obviously it's just more explosive things underneath that you might not want there. You could also just run the basic ammo packs rather than the expanded.
I don't think I have any basic.
Oh, well, to be fair, they're only $75 to craft, so.
Oh. See, I can. Damn.
You just rotate them and have them sideways because they're 3x4s. So you could have what you had, but then have them meet in the middle and then just lower them. Yeah, so if you rotate that so it's laying flat, but then so it's like sideways instead of tall. Yeah, like that. And then if you just, yeah, put those two beside each other, and then you could probably armor that fairly well. Or maybe even move them up one, I don't know.
See, yeah, that might be easier. Do I have a small? Oops. Oh.
Yeah, the strength and slope is an 8x2x1 if you're looking for that again. Or you could run the APC side part, it's the same shape or same size. I was talking about the strengthened one, but because you have a 2 deep gap there, don't you? Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah.
So you could run that and then put something flat on the back and then run another one of those underneath.
Now we're pushing it.
What, the mass?
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. Such is the nature of using Steppenwolf parts for armor. And then you're probably going to make sure that you get decor on there too, so you get the reputation bonus. But you can always swap out the heavier things with lighter parts as well, mind.
Does it matter as long as you don't go over?
No, you can be as close as you want as long as you don't go over.
How would I want it?
The ventilation box is the 4x4, but you only have one of them right now.
It's too far. No stick out. Lame.
There's not a whole lot of 3x8 sizes, unfortunately.
Wait. Maybe no more parts left in storage.
To be fair too, mind, the expanded ammo containers do have quite a bit of health, so they can tank a little bit if you just left them there, but it is still going to be a weak point realistically.
Yeah.
That means to fish.
Lame. One of the oldest. Oops. Lamer. Fine. Oh, I see. Well, bet. I blame you, babe. Because nothing's 3 tall. Or long enough.
Yeah, well, for like I said, the 3x8 is kind of rough because very few things are non-power of 2 in the game.
Right. Because they just can't just be nice.
Something like that.
Like, I have this alarm light that I don't know where it came from.
That was from the free pack for this battle pass. So if you go open your blueprints, and then you go to packs, then it was the aviator.
Oh.
Or sorry, that's not the free one. That's you bought the battle pass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was another free one if you logged in during the first week and a half of the event, but evidently you didn't get it. On the plus side, you didn't really miss anything. It was like mostly decor. Yeah, so it was 3 cyan decor, 1 purple decor, like 8 white decor, and then a bunch of like cords and a sprinter cabin. So not really a big deal. But
I also got this, and I don't remember getting it before, so I have no clue.
oh, it's from the being on a next gen console.
Oh. Oh. Ha ha ha.
Mind you're running some pretty heavy decor, so it's actually putting you over. Like the Wakadati, I think, is like 80 by itself. Well, only 50, that's not bad.
Why? That's 71. That's 45.
You can sort by mass at the top, if that helps. Mind the amount of reputation something gives is dependent on its tier. So each tier is worth 1 reputation, if that makes sense. So if you want, like, lighter things, they might be lighter but heavier for the amount of reputation they give you. So for instance, so that short orange lamp is going to be better than the stop and think, because even though they're the same mass, the short orange lamp gives you more reputation bonus.
Yo! Happy.
Holy shit. Oh, okay. Never mind.
I mean, 3,000 is still a shit ton. Don't get me wrong.
I know, I swear I picked it up. Oh, I got it in the battle pass, I guess. Last price is 0. I was like, I swear I picked it up for kinda cheap.
Yeah, I don't know. I bought mine. Let me see. I'm honestly not sure where that's from. Let's see. Light bar, no acquisition. Yeah, I bought mine for 700. So it must have been from some sort of event crafting, would be my guess.
They were 1,000,
No.
and there were 2,000 before that.
I guess to be fair, I could always just check the wiki, because it'll have its source listed.
Okay. those in every corner. Where did you go? There we go. In front of my face. Actually thinking.
And what great and terrible things are you thinking about?
Painting it this bright ass green.
Hmm.
Oh, but I didn't go over. Why is it red?
It's red because you're losing acceleration. You're currently over your tonnage. So if you hover over your tonnage bar, you're over tonnage but not over mass.
Okay.
So depending on how bad you want that like last 5 kph, it should be okay. But it's sort of for you to decide.
Well, shit.
The great joys of building, huh?
Green. Missing one thing. Hopefully, I have enough for it. ready to test this out. Let's go.
I'm still building mine, so if you want to just do a match without me.
An attempt will be made.
Already got her.
Yeah. That takes some nuance.
Wow, did you remember to use the days?
Yes, but my driving ability is not on par. I got in trouble because there was two of them.
Yeah. It do be like that. I really don't think I'm going to be able to get away from this build looking terrible. Oh well.
If I could just be like, yep, it's an ugly box. I don't care that it's an ugly box. I'd probably be way better off, but I'm like, nope. Somewhat.
Yeah, I wanted it.
It's the sort of thing I just threw this together to do matchmaking with you, so if I end up keeping it, I will put some more time into making it not suck. But for now, it'll do. Oh, also a reminder to select a co-driver again.
Which ones do I have? I swear I hired more than two.
Well, they changed the entire co-driver system, so you have enough badges to buy another two. Oh, another one it looks like. But Yuki's cheap, so you got that going for you. You'll probably want to check all of them. Yuki or Phobos are probably the ones you're going to want for the flames.
I say 5% tonnage be useful now. Oh, invisibility cooldown and top speed. Oh, he's 7k.
Yeah, the first 3 are cheaper co-drivers because they're the beginner ones, and then the rest are the like advanced ones.
Alright. Set.
Oh yeah, we're in the same power score brackets. That ended up working out okay. I invited Bang Shield, but I don't know if he's gonna join us or not. What's up?
There's 4 buy orders for this,
Yeah.
and there's 0 sale orders.
Yeah, well, it's kind of pricey to make them if nobody's buying them, right? So, makes sense. People just say, fuck it. I'm not going to sell it for 5 when it costs like 100 to make, right? Okay, ready to get our ass beat?
I think I'm still ready up.
I was more so meaning mentally, but...
Yep.
I'm going to be so dependent on somebody having radar. I forgot to put one on this build. Oh, I also just blew myself the fuck up by hitting something. That's not good. Trial by fire it is.
Literally.
Yeah.
What's this?
So they basically started adding levolutions. So this one is a airstrike on all enemies.
Oh.
But it only like generally guesses their position, which means it kind of sucks if they move or change course. But I mean, be how it do. Oh my God, these fuckers are bringing Athenas into this.
I'm a turtle.
Yeah, so these guys are super seal clubbing. Unfortunately. Imagine my shock. Yeah, that tends to be the problem with these lower lobbies nowadays. Is that it's just everybody in the bro, you have so much fuel. I think you could probably do with less. Yeah, see that dude would have been a good one to get behind and to flame up his ass, because you would have been able to hit all three of his weapons.
I was trying to get this other dude. The other dude that was with him. I came up behind him and he started driving.
Yeah.
And then the other dude got me.
Well, if we had a wall hack radar, that would help, but I did not grab one, so that complicates things.
What's that temporary health?
I was not looking at what you were looking at, sorry.
He had like a shield with green health next to it. It was like 10 temporary health or something.
I don't think temporary health is a thing in this game, but next time you see it, let me know and I'll check. Alright, I have a wall hack radar now. And I'm exactly 1 mass overweight. Lovely. One sec, but being bad at math.
do already have the kaiju blueprint.
What?
The kaiju blueprint?
I know what you said. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, I
Yeah,
said I do already have it. I knew I did.
Yeah, from the Syndicate.
Yeah. But it's in the battle trophy, battle pass.
A pre-fused one, yeah. Which again, you're just better off buying an unfused one for like a third the cost.
Oh.
Well, everybody on our team had the same idea and abandoned C. Well, guess we're going for killing. So it looks like the Goth guy's running mines, so you're gonna want to be careful about getting close to him. He might not be a good target for you to try and fire dog. Speaking of, on the plus side, if we just stay away from him, I should be able to deal with him from a distance. On the negative side, this guy's going to be giving me issues. I see you found the mine guy. Yeah.
Utah! Utah!
I think this is going to be another L for us, unfortunately.
Oh, like you, in front of your name, it says there's 22 out of 30 armor in front of your hit point.
That's the co-driver. It's at 22 out of 30 charge. Do you still not have a co-driver? How you do? Yeah. So
I noticed it on mine too, but I didn't know that's what. Like I didn't notice it was on mine until. At least got enough points to score this time. Okay.
Upgrades.
Step outside. Why? BRB. I think.
Yo, did you see the prices on piercers right now? Or sorry, on fidgets right now? Looks like you're in for a good time for trying to pick some up for cheap.
$2,000.
Well, for the sell offers, but there's only a few at 700 for the buy. Oh, we're totally gonna get thrashed in this lobby. I'm just gonna quit now, because I really don't want to fight the Slayers clan. But you have fun, I guess.
Okay.
They just hard seal club, and they're 2,000 power score above that lobby, so it ain't happening.
It was pretty funny when I was trying to get my blue patch earlier, playing trolls against the bots. I kept getting MVP, and I wasn't even like, I was trying to, get kills, but I was also trying to. Yeah, he has 2 art.
Oh yeah, I'm watching. I know. Like, I've literally only ever seen them lose 1 match, period. They're just terrible to fight against. Well, the good news is there's a plastic frontier defense if you want to do that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you'd want to swap builds for that, since I don't think the flamethrower is going to do you too well. Or we can keep doing PvP, whatever sparks joy.
Let's yeah, let's get some plastic. Wait. There we go.
Oh, you're probably going to want to save over that build too, yeah.
Oh. Oh. I see.
But
Wow. That's why I had that teal cannon locked.
what do you mean?
Oh, it was for. I had a prosecutor. The prosecutor, and I was like, why do I have this prosecutor randomly? I forgot it was.
Yeah, that would do that.
Well. 7, we're gonna be going against bots.
Yeah.
So in that case, this. Well. Yeah. Sure. Those went more. Okay, I'm ready. I'm just gonna run this in this raid.
You are probably going to want to accept the game invite then. I just sent you another one.
Alrighty. That's cool. Can you do that in PvP?
Yeah. So you can actually defeat the Leviathans that spawn in on here as well, but it's tricky trying to kite them underneath there. But it's also an insta-kill, which means that you can and people have trolled teammates by doing so. But generally I just collapse the middle bridge section, because that way if people want to go up there and snipe, they can. And it also blocks off the bot's sight of the objective from the other side of the map.
Whoa. That's a big ass like cactus.
Yeah. Well, towering the weapons isn't super useful in PvP because people can obviously just shoot them off. But since bots target your cabin, it's nice because it lets you use cover a bit more effectively, and then you don't have to worry about being blocked by teammates as much. So, likewise, spiders and hovers can just straight up use the environment a bit easier due to them being higher off the ground.
I thought they changed it so they just target whatever closest.
No, they said they changed. Some people are claiming they were shooting weapons more frequently, but I'm still, like, sure that they just target the cabin, generally speaking. Like, there's one or two enemy types that will explicitly target your weapons, but they have a red laser beam to show what they're targeting, so that's, like, just what makes it kind of obvious. But the bots definitely aren't any smarter since he left.
Rio?
I wonder if the Aurora Reaper combo would be good on
Be good on a what?
a helicopter.
Yeah, well, the Reaper and Aurora is how I did the legendary machine gun challenge. It was my first legendary. So, definitely works fine. The biggest thing is going to be the weapon traversal. If you put it sideways, is obviously pretty much infinite, but otherwise it has kind of shit gun depression. Especially if you're flying fairly high.
Sorry, my bad. stalled out, and I stopped moving.
Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, you
I
just
think
have
also
2 guns on right now, eh? That'll make dealing damage a little difficult.
oh, I feel like I should put the chameleon on the rapid fire build as well.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you have the energy for it right now, do you? Well, I guess because you don't have any fucking guns for it, you have a world full of energy, but you might have to rejig some things. Although, to be fair, running 4 radiators probably isn't the play. But you'd probably get 3 fidgets and then the modules, and that would probably work fine. And then that should also let you slap on a wall hack radar, although I don't recall if you have a Maxwell yet or not. Or did you put up an offer for one?
No.
Might be worth looking into because I think they're fairly cheap right now. And the wall hack radar is extremely useful for any CQC build, especially those running cloak, because it lets you know where to sneak up on people.
I didn't say stop, damn it!
Well, mine too, Frontier Defense is one of the tougher raids where you generally want more attrition. So, again, that's probably, to be fair, should have given you a bit more heads up on what kind of build to bring. But, like I said, especially, like, honestly, you can go pretty fucking far by running that cohort with some tracks and then some machine guns. Damn, Sketch is angry with the turrets today. What's that?
Oh, I said we're just doing a couple plastic raids, so it should be fine to put the equalizer on it, since I accidentally sold the cannon.
No, you're running the heavy build again?
Yeah, since we're doing the raid and the dailies to use cannons, I was like, okay, sure.
Yeah, I normally just do that in patrol, but definitely an option.
It's an easy 20 scrap.
I'll take what you can get, alright.
A couple of these. Like I have the crane plugs, the digger hole.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing where theoretically you want to get all of them in the end, but obviously it's, I mean, with how many you've missed, it's like a huge upfront cost to do that. So probably,
Especially since they're 300 each.
yeah, so probably just going to be the sort of thing where you're just going to have to, like, grab them as you, like, have extra and have interest in them. Well, I have 1 energy and no idea what to spend it on. So instead, I'm gonna do this. It does not like that, okay. You still don't have a co-driver.
What? Oh. Oh, damn it. Because I changed blueprints. My driver.
Yeah.
Annoying.
You know what the cohort cabins perk is, right?
No.
Okay, well, part of the reason why it's incredibly popular in high power scores, on top of it just being an absolute fucking unit and giving you a stupid amount of mass, is that its perk is that it gives damage resistance to you and a team for a period of time. So when you see the green quadcopter farting on you, that's you getting a damage resistance bonus.
Hey.
Just like how, I don't know if you recall, but in the perimeter breach, there was the other drone that was like causing your exhausts to light up. And that was the Yokozuna one that sped you up. But those are the only 2 friendly drones, so if you see any other kind, they are very much not friendly. So that's the drone. Mine too, it's not like it makes you damn near invincible or anything, but it stacks with other sources, so if you have a team of already pretty tanky dudes, and then you have somebody run the cohort, then you can help the team be pretty tanky. Well, more so. No, so the biggest thing is just that it has so much fucking mass limit. It is pretty good for fusion builds as a result too.
I'll have to look into it because I want to use, like, you know, I earned him, you know, I got him in the battle. Might as well, you know, try to use him.
Yeah.
I like the way it looks. It's fat and wide, and
Yeah.
I kept flipping the other one. I usually don't drive like wider than this.
Yeah, well, it's a very different build style from the light cabins, which is obviously what you're used to. So, like, for instance, my build, or Bang Shield's build, is using them, but there's, a few things you gotta learn around building them. Mostly that you gotta allocate a huge amount of space just for the movement parts so that you have enough tonnage. So, like, my build right now is fucking 32 pips long. So, even your build is only like half the size of mine, and that's the heaviest one you have currently. Fucking chonky, baby.
That's so weird though, because we look like we're the same length.
We should be. You should be 24 pips, and I should be 32. So yeah, I'm another half your size.
Oh, I see.
Big boy. But I mean, like this, like yeah, I'm running like a lot of higher tier parts, but like the mass limit is literally the cabin, which you already have. In fact, you have an identical one since I got mine from that battle pass as well, and then the Geagle, which you also have. So, like this kind of build isn't too far off from you, too far off for you. It'd just be a matter of getting the parts together for it. And like you pointed out, like the biggest part is going to be that you're missing the structural parts.
As I found though, apparently flags are totally investable.
Alright, totally what?
I feel like they're totally worth it.
It kind of depends. So I did a post on how reputation works as well, so I can send that to you. But basically, it will double your reputation gain with a faction, but the boost that you start the day with every day gives you 5 times EXP. So that has a much, much greater effect. And then once you're exhausted with that bonus, then that's where the 2 times comes into play. So if you're playing hours a day like you are currently, then yeah, you'll max out your initial bonus faster, and then you'll have a bunch of 2 times EXP. But that first 70,000 EXP is going to be way more than you get afterwards because of the 5 times multiplier. So from the first one, for instance, if you time things right, you can get about 80,000 EXP off of 2 matches. But then after that, even with all the boosts, you're only looking at 2, maybe 3,000 EXP before the flag afterwards. So you'd have to play a lot of matches to catch up to that. And that is assuming that you get good scores to get the 2,000-3,000 EXP. Because like you said, when we were doing those lobbies earlier, we were having trouble even getting score because of how quickly we were getting killed.
Yeah. I think there's only been like one that I maxed out my
You maxed out your what?
maxed out my XP, like my boosts and like all my scrap and limit. Like I've hit cap where they're like, all right, now you're just not gonna earn shit except for hardly any.
Well, that's what you have the different game modes for anyway, right? But yeah, I rarely hit cap because I just don't do a whole lot of PvP anymore. But you are right that is like a factor too. But if you are hitting cap fairly frequently, then yeah, you're playing enough for the flag to have an impact. But once you have all the once you have the factions to level 15, then all you're doing is prestiging, and they take 1,070,000 EXP. So getting 3,000 per level instead of 2,000 is like nothing. Or sorry, 3,000 instead of 2,000 per match is like nothing. And then once you have the prestige parts for the first like 3 or 4 or 5 prestiges that actually give you the parts, After that, it's literally just a blue case that gives you a stabilizer of 200 coins. So at that point, it's really not worthwhile using them. But yeah, like obviously that's fairly far in the game. Like for a new player, especially when you're still getting the parts and the recipe unlocks and whatnot, obviously it's a lot more valuable for you. And then, like I said, because all the modifiers stack together, doubly so with the max weekend. So that's what I was saying, where like you can get 40,000 EXP off of one match of Frontier Defense if you have all the bonuses, like from Premium, and then the 50% EXP bonus and a flag.
Jeez. But that's yeah, because I know it's the only way to get the blue stabilizer packs.
Blue from
And I don't even know if they're
packs?
from the prestige packs.
Yeah. Well, you can also buy them off of other players during events, and you can also get them by salvaging untradeable items. But yeah, we're not exactly flooded with them in the market, no.
Oh. Ah.
Oreo. Dumbass.
Yeah. Where is he?
All
There he
over
is.
there. Yeah.
What's so funny? Okay.
Are you getting BM'd for your performance?
That's why I was like,
The cat was kicking her. Apparently. Hooray.
Well, the medium raid sucks. What are your thoughts on doing a hard raid?
I don't know if I have a vehicle for a...
Well, you could just still run that same one. You'll probably want to put a co-driver in it, but what's your other 8,000 build? The Wasp, what's that?
Oh, that's the one with the two
Oh, yeah.
with the
so-
two imps.
Yeah, just go with the Onyx crawler. And then are you maxed on the energy for it? Yeah, you'll probably want to put Grizzly in for it so that you're even tankier.
Oh.
And then if you check your stats panel for that vehicle. Yeah, so you still have energy,
my face is.
but I don't really know what else you'd slap on. But
Did I put the reloader in there? Yeah, I did. Where do I have room?
I was gonna say you could look at maybe replacing your equalizer, but I don't know if you have a good 4 energy weapon for it.
I don't either.
Well, you could run the whirl. That one's a pretty fucking tanky MG. You're probably gonna have to stick it behind though, because it's taller. So if you get rid of that, yeah, that small tank panel behind the train plow. Not up there at the bottom. Yeah, see if you get rid of that, you should be able to squeeze the whirl in there. And that thing is plenty tanky. You might have to finagle the angle a bit though.
Oh.
Yeah, nice. Also, probably worth noting as well, your your tracks aren't lined up.
Damn it.
There you go. Oh, or not.
More, I think.
No.
Damn it. Maybe there. Okay, I think that's it.
Yeah. Is it overweight? No, you're good. Nice. Then, yeah, if you check your buttons for it, the carapace has a perk now, so it speeds up reloading, so you might want to put that on the RT as well. Normally I have it as something separate, but you're already going to have to juggle two different weapons, so just having it on the same button is probably going to be easier. Oh, so you're going to want to swap the whirl off of the RT though. There you go. And we'll see how you fare in hard rates. But I'll be running my tank build again, so it should be okay. Oh, no.
Does faction war work?
So everybody picks a faction or abstains from the faction, and then whichever side has more support, so whichever side has the group gaining more EXP for the week, gets the reward at the end of the battle pass. So we're playing the waiting game, but you support a side, and then whichever one has more support wins the week, and then at the end of the event, whichever one won each week is the rewards distributed to everybody.
You probably have to be one of those two factions, huh?
Yeah, but because, like I said, you don't have to be supporting either of them, and you can still get the rewards. So for instance, you weren't here for the first few weeks, right? But if you go to the reward list for it, you have to click the, yeah. So at the end of the 5 weeks, you'll get the rewards for the first 2 that are Steppenwolf currently. This one, which will probably be Steppenwolf, and then whoever wins for stage 4 and 5.
Oh.
Or at least as
Okay.
far as we know, it's not super clear what the participation is for like which rewards you get, but my screen looks exactly like yours, and I was here and supporting one of them specifically the entire time, so that is the assumption I'm working off of.
Pretty sure I have a leader of the pack hologram.
I strongly doubt that, since this is the introduction of it.
Oh. What,
Might
babe?
have something similar there.
Good night, kid. I love you.
No, you.
Fuck you.
So this is definitely where me giving you the damage bonus is going to be a lot more noticeable, I reckon. Sorry, the damage resistance bonus. But I'm not going to really worry about doing that until we actually get to the defense section. also have this barrier shield if you stick near me. But it only works when they're not also up in your face, and unfortunately the fire starters really like being up in your face, so.
Ooh. What recharges the carapace?
Enemies being within range, so it's a baby echo cabin now.
Oh.
So you'll see a number and a red ring around it when there's a bunch of dudes close to you, like right now.
Oh. Oh. That.
Oh, sorry, the blue ring. The red ring is for the wall. But the number is just how many enemies are within range. So the more there is, the faster it charges. So realistically, you can probably get it on damn near every shot. Thus the recommendation of just having it on the same trigger as the elephant. Yeah, and you're going to want to really make sure you don't sit in fire because your ampere is underslung, and that thing is fairly weak.
The whirl is very front locked.
Well, I mean, look where you have it, but yeah.
I thought it'd have a little bit more side to side range.
No, because of the
That's
double
okay.
barrels. So they kind of interfere with each other for the traversal. Like I said, personally I preferred having the fixed angle machine guns in there. But again, they don't really synergize either. It's just because you don't have a second cannon currently.
Right? Well, that's oops.
But
I can't believe I did that. I held on to it so long.
you held on to what?
The cannon,
Uh,
the teal one.
well, I mean, you can always get one. It's not like they're
Right.
incredibly expensive, but again, you're probably going to be better off getting a second turret cannon. Have you died yet?
No.
Excellent. So very soon when we're done this area, we have to go back to the first tower since it's a data theft. Because this map is so large and our builds are so slow, generally speaking, it's better off to just suicide and then respawn because it'll put you closer. Well, you're pretty damn close to dying right now anyway from the looks of it, so I guess the timing lines up.
Just lost my elephant too.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to hold off on respawning until we get the traversal. So if you do me a favor and help him kill the rest of them, that'd be great. So that should be the last dude right there. And then he can just self-destruct. Well, assuming there's no other wave that spawns in. Yeah, there you go. So then that'll put you in the center of the map, yeah.
Oh, lag spike.
Yeah, it does happen too. Are you East Coast?
No, I'm on the West Coast.
Whack. I am MTZ, but we've obviously been having connection issues today. Wonder if it's maybe just a storm in the Rockies. Wouldn't shock me.
Has been raining today, but I've never, haven't had connection issues with rain here before.
Maybe it just doesn't like you and I playing together then, I don't know.
I don't know.
So even still with me and Bang Shield running super heavy builds, we're getting kind of thrashed around. So you can see hard raids aren't a very small jump from medium, unlike small to medium.
Yeah.
So, and mind, to be fair, you're fairly under geared for this right now. But like I said, even with us and bringing like our beefiest shit, we're gonna be pretty close. But obviously build and map and enemy faction dependent. But like if you tried queuing up with this with randos and you didn't get a couple of like 16,000 level dudes, you would probably have a fairly bad time. If you got a couple of other 8,000s, you know.
Oh. Well. Yeah. Get you got. So I hardly do hards.
Yeah. Well, and because they took away, like, the reason why hards were mostly... Oh, fuck. Dude hit my generator. Welp. Like, the main reason why hards were actually worth doing earlier was because of the badges you got for doing the weekly challenges. But now that the weekly challenges aren't difficulty specific and you can just get them off of mediums, there's really no reason to do hards. You actually get better value per run and per fuel running plastic.
Oh.
Because they
I got lagged. I lagged and got stuck on that telephone pole.
For what it's worth too, unlike in regular play, pretty much everything that's a hardware for these guys explodes when you destroy it, so you can shoot their boosters and their engines, and it will fuck them up pretty good.
Ah, shit.
Like I said too, to be fair, on the plus side, the carjack takes 0 energy now, so you can slap it on pretty much every build as long as you have the mass, space, and power score for it. Not that it'll be super helpful here, but also worth noting that you can actually flip the Goliath and drive it upside down.
Yeah, I was lagging so bad on that last part. I didn't even see the guy that got me. But that's okay. I was pretty much dead anyway.
Yeah. Now the worlds are good with a build of them, but one by itself doesn't accomplish a whole lot, unfortunately.
Cyclones are no joke. Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah, well they're explosive projectiles, so they have the penetration, and then they explode in a radius like with a cannon, but obviously you shoot a hell of a lot more of them. And they changed the spool up rate and damage for them, so like I said, they're fairly overpowered right now. You see them fucking everywhere. PvP, PvE, clan confrontation, brawls, helicopters, they're everywhere, because they're way too strong right now. But yeah, I mean, they've always been pretty solid. Unfortunately, they're just like straight up better than Reapers in most scenarios. Which is a shame, because it would be nice for them to be actually good for once, but no such luck. Anyway, I just have enough fuel for an easy raid, so you can swap back to one of your lighter builds if you want. Depending on how lucky you're feeling with the market too, you could probably sell an equalizer for 1,000 right now and then rebuy it for cheaper. What you doing there?
was considering swapping the equalizer out.
Oh, well, you'd have to remove the CK first. But yeah, like somebody's buying one for 1,000 right now, and you can probably snag one for 750 or less once the event's over. So, like I said, kind of depends on how desperate you are to get more equalizers right now, but you're waiting on the imp to sell anyway, and then you can grab those piercers, so.
Oh, okay.
Money's cool, right? Yeah, normally these games I just do in patrol. 5 quick matches against bots, and then you're done with it for the day. Oh wow, we got a big newbie here. Now you can flex on them as much as we flex on you, I guess. Yeah. See if I still can't push the truck, maybe.
I want to see what this truck looks like.
Looks like it's gone, baby.
Interesting.
Well,
What the fuck did I do?
It moves kind of slow by itself, so I'm just trying to push it, speed up the mission.
Mr. Newbie over there was shooting it.
Just expressing their approval for your build, obviously.
Sorry.
Raid goes a bit faster when I'm able to shove them around at double the speed.
Yeah, I was picking off a straggler.
Yeah, well, with tracks, you can still go full speed backwards, so I find that pretty useful for being able to keep up with the group, but being able to shoot behind you, obviously. Also, generally not an issue as long as you have turreted weapons, but I obviously have the world currently. Doesn't help that I'm not really killing things, I'm just pushing the fucking truck around.
Ooh. Yay, we did it.
Mm-hmm. Tends to be pretty hard to fail easy raids, luckily. Alright, well that takes us to nearly midnight my end. So I think the 5.5 hour stream is going to have to do for today, sir.
Holy crap. Okay. Wow, time really flies when you're having.
Yeah, when you spend half the fucking day trying to make a good Crossout build.
Wait. Okay. Okay. Stop stream. Cool.
Alright, well I don't know when you're going to be on next, but I guess I will catch around either way.
Alright. See you around. Have a good night.
No, you.